now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov for day 3 of the France Poker Festival main event. My name is Dan Rankin and I will be your host for today. In seat 1, we have the Frenchman, Marc Sade. Seat 2, Johan Adam, or seat 3 with 2.4 million. Francesco Senna in seat 4, paying 920,000. Tetiana Demidenko in seat 5 with 2.8 million. Seat 6, we have the Italian Mario Ripepi, paying 9.1 million. Seat 7, you might remember him from last night's stream, Massimo Lombardo, paying 4.9 million. And in seat number 8, we have Dario Dertle, paying 4.1 million. Delighted to be back here with you guys. Some really exciting content, the conclusion of last night's play, and I'm really wondering which way this is going to go. I think the action's going to be hot and heavy. The main event features a buy-in of only €300 with a guaranteed prize pool of €500,000. And our winner today will walk away with €77,600. And additionally, our top 6 finishers will receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, which is just huge added value. Our small blind is 80,000. Our big blind is 160,000 with 160k big blind ante. Without further ado, let's get today's action underway. Just waiting for the action to restart here. There was 27 or 26 players remaining at the conclusion of day 2. We will play down to a winner today, I believe. Here we go, guys. Play is about to be underway. Live from King's Resort in Rozvadov, we will crown another champion, this time for the France Poker Festival main event. Dealer just shuffling the cards, giving them a good wash. Need some incredible laydowns towards the conclusion of last night's play. Even a player folding pocket queens, his opponent holding pocket aces. Just a remarkable, astonishing read. Here we go. And number 1, 27 remaining of a starting field of 1,950 players. The average stack just over 3.5 million now, 3.6 million. Hold it around to Mario in the hijack, playing a huge stack of 9.1 million. Queen 9 of clubs. He is going to raise to 350,000 with his huge stack. Massimo, who we've seen plenty of yesterday, calls with King 8 of clubs, King 8 of spades. This opens the door for Marc, our Frenchman. jam his last 2 million in the middle here with pocket eights from the small blind. Massimo asking for a count. Would be nearly half a stack to call. Yeah, it is giving it careful consideration, but I just think it's going to be too much chips. He is playing roughly 30 big blinds. This is 2 million of his 5 million to call. He does let it go. We've seen Mark, towards the end of last night's play, fold a full house. And I wonder how that is playing in his mind going into today. Flop the set and river the house or turn the house. Somehow got away from it on the river when his opponent rivered a straight. He really believed his opponent was stronger than a straight and folded his full house. Magnitude of these moments for our players when they're only 20 players away from that €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Obviously the huge sum of cash and the title to boot. Look at this from the small blind. Johan all in with his Queen Jack offsuit. Francesco Senna want to call it off with Ace King. Being quite patient yesterday. Senna, he won't be folding Ace King here, and even all in and call on our second hand. The flop is King, Queen, 3, 2 diamonds. Johan needing a Queen or a Jack. Turn does not bring it, it's the 8 of hearts. The river, the 8 of clubs. Francesco Senna will double up. Nice start to the day for Francesco. You see Francesco now with 10 big blinds, and Johan now with 8. And our chip leader out in front with 54 big blinds, Mario. All the other stacks kind of bunched in or around that 20 to 30 big blind mark. Folded around to the hijack to Dario. Lets his King 8 offsuit go. Cut off folds round to the button. Lets the Jack 6 offsuit go, and now Francesco has just doubled up in the small blind. Garbagey hand with 5 deuce offsuit. Just lets it go, and Tatiana gets a walk. Also today, we are announcing from the King's store. If you're looking to buy some merchandise, you use exclamation promo in the chat. Get 10% discount using the code STREAM5. See, we've already had 2 eliminations, so we're down to 25 players. It's Mario's turn to get a walk with his 8-4 offsuit, paying a whopping 8.8 million. Interesting to see how he navigates through this field and how he puts that stack to work. Now folds around to Johan. 2 black jacks and the hijack. He'll move all in for his last 1.3 million. And he has left 1 chip behind for good luck. Holds it around to Mario with Queen 9 of diamonds in the small blind. Lets it go. Johan will just pick up the blinds and antes here, but they're just so important at this late stage. Adding 400,000 chips to his stack. Increasing his stack by 25% plus here, just by taking the blinds and antes. So crucial. Mark paying a stack of just 3 million. Raising under the gun with his 10-9 of clubs. Nice suited hand. Look at this, our chip leader at the table, Mario. On the button, picking up ace-king offsuit. Eyeing up his opponent and looking at his stack size. That is a chunky re-raise. Three bets to a cool, even 1 million. Mark will just let his hand go. His hand could not withstand the pressure of 3 bet to 1 million. Mario takes down. Nice little pot. Johan with 10-8 offsuit, but with a gun. 0.7 million. Easy fold. Mario raising the cutoff to 375,000 with A7 offsuit. Blinds do not have a hand they wish to defend with. Blinds and antes will go to Mario. Hold it around to Massimo. Lombardo, ace deuce offsuit in the cutoff, playing a stack of 4.2 million. Raised to 350,000. Massimo will take the blinds and antes. Guys, taking down 400,000 chips, uncontested. Taking down the blinds and antes here is just so crucial. Just adds so much to your stack. Hello to the stream chat on Twitch. My chat was not loading up, but it is now. There, and I can see your messages. Thanks for tuning in again, guys, as we play down to a winner today. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. This is the France Poker Festival main event. I am your host for the day, Dan Rankin. As Mo Lombardo with a very playable 10-9 of hearts, but decides to let it go. And Johan from the small blind all in with his A7 offsuit. Getting Francesco to muck his Jack-9 of clubs. And Lombardo, Queen 10 offsuit, was raised to 350,000 from under the gun +1. It will come around to Johan with pocket 8s on the button. Johan has moved all in with his pocket 8s. That will get the blinds out of the way. 1.4 million for Lombardo to call. Wants a count. But it is a considerable portion of his stack. Paying under 4.5 million. 1.4 million more to call. He is giving this once again careful consideration to all in, but again it's just too much of his stack at this late stage. Makes the laydown. Johan with a nice pot with his pocket 8s. Look at this, in the hijack for Mark. Moving all in. His pocket aces. Francesco Senna on the button. Only playing 1.2 million. King Jack of Spades. And he is going to go all in. Going to call all in. This is going to strike disaster. Francesco in serious trouble here. The Frenchman's ace is out in front, but 87% favour to win this hand. Francesco is going to need a lot of help. Pot is 2.8 million. Important moment for both players. And the flop is 9-5 deuce rainbow. Very dry for the King Jack, although he does have some backdoors. Not many. That is a good card for him. And he's spade now. And it is! Wow, he's done it! Francesco Senna hits runner, runner. Crack Mark's aces. Just 13% to win the hand. Gets runner, runner. He double up with his King Jack of Spades. What a run out. Considerable hit to Mark's stack. Moving 1.2 million of his 2.8 million across to his opponent. Now, Mark has just moved all in. If the graphics serve me right, the Queen Three of Spades from early position. This indicates a lot of tilt here from just losing with his pocket aces. This man's mind might not have been right after folding that full house late last night. Moving all in with Queen Three of Spades under the gun +1 with still over 1 million chips. Someone that had been so cautious. He has thrown caution to the wind with this all in. And Lombardo, King Queen offsuit, having his opponent dominated, has made the call in the big blind for 970,000 more. This all in now is Queen Three of Spades for the Frenchman against the Italians. King Queen offsuit with 2.5 million in the middle. Now the flop. Jack, Jack, 3. Big help for the Frenchman. Turn is a deuce of spades. Giving Mark the spades now also. Just a king for Lombardo. Mark will double up. It is the river. 6 of spades. Mark, Frenchman, will double up back to 2.5 million. Runner, spades, hand after hand. First it crushes his aces and now it doubles him up. I'm expecting quite a spicy day here live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, the France Poker Festival main event. As we will crown a champion tonight. And updated the chip counts there. Our short stack with 15 big blinds. They're all bunched in around 15 to 22 big blinds, and then of course our chip leader with nearly 10 million chips out in front is Mario. And yes, he didn't need the runner as he hit the flop anyway. As the runner spades that had just been unfortunate for him went in his favour. That hand. Looks like we're waiting for another player or some form of a redraw. Yes, the flop was Jack, 3. Our opponent had Queen, 3 spades, was dominated by Lombardo's King, Queen offsuit. Pre-flop, but once he flops a 3, it's Lombardo that needs all the help in the spades. Denied him even more. On the turn, the river completing the flush, not that he needed it. And it's Johan here all in again for 2.5 million this time. Lombardo in the small blind looking for a count. Lots of action to get this day started. I'm giddy to see what this day brings. 24 players remaining. Lombardo, one of our most active players yesterday, for sure, and not slowing down today. Plenty of action from this man. He likes to see a flop. He is still tanking in the small blind. A considerable amount of chips. It's nearly all of his stack. Although I don't know what he definitely had some form of a decision. I'd like to see what the players had there. They seem to have fixed the graphics now. Would like to know what Johan had the previous hand after shoving all in the previous hand, Queen 3 of spades. Would also like to know what Lombardo was tank folding with in the small blind for nearly all of his stack. Folded around to our chip leader in the cutoff, who's not going to open Queen 6 offsuit, I wouldn't think. Lombardo folding on the button. Yes, hello, if you are just joining, I am your commentator for today, Dan Rankin. We've had a very exciting start to the day. Plenty of action in all ins. I predict a lot more drama yet to unfold. Dario will take down the blinds and antes with his King 9 offsuit. And because there is no shot clock, you can tank until one of the players at your table calls the clock, and a floor man will come over and ask if enough time has been allocated for the player to make his decision. And if there is a general consensus that the player has had enough time, there will be 60 seconds on the clock, and the player must act on their hand in that 60 seconds, otherwise their hand will be declared dead. Hold it around to the button, and it's Dario. Ace 8 offsuit, playing a stack of just under 4 million. He will raise to 325,000 and take down the blinds. And they are indeed playing down to a winner today. We will crown a champion. There are 24 players remaining from a starting field of 1,950. This was a €300 buy-in with a guaranteed prize pool of €500,000. We are live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, day 3 of the France Poker Festival main event. Tatiana doesn't like her pocket sixes. We'll put them in the muck from under the gun +1 with a stack of 2.4 million. It's Mario, 2 red 9s under the gun +2. He will raise to 330,000 over to Johan. Paying a stack of 2.5 million. To call the additional 170,000 to see a flop. Flop is 6, 4, 3, 2 diamonds. A good flop for Mario with his overpair. Important to note that these kind of flops favour the big blinds range in general, not when we are sitting there with an overpair to the board. A bet of 390,000 from Mario. Not much going on for Johan here, and he will let it go after his crazy orbit of poker.
Surprise, surprise, motherfucker! The king is back!
You can exclamation promo in the chat and use the code STREAM5. There was a 5% discount in the store. Well, apologies, it's now STREAM10 because now we have a 10% discount in the store on all merchandise at the King's shop. Dress like a king. You can find all the information about the shop and King's Resort on the King's Resort website, kingsresort.com. Lombardo raising to 400,000 with King 9 of spades. And it's our new player, Bart. Two black ladies on the button playing a stack of 4.7 million. Looks like he's cutting out a re-raise. He will 3-bet to 1.1 million. I like this sizing from Bart. Back to Lombardo. Doesn't like to fold hands. I just feel it's a bit rich for him to see a flop off this stack with this hand. The reason Bart has not jammed from the button is to get his opponent to call with a lesser holding. King 9 of spades certainly falls into this category of a hand that he wants to call. It's 9, 7, deuce, 2 spades. What a flop. Lombardo all in. Bart immediately calls. This is a huge pot for both opponents with 6.1 million in the pot. Lombardo with lots of equity here, and the queens need a really big hold here for a huge pot. He spade or king for Lombardo. Or a 9. Oh, the turn's a 9! What a crushing blow to the pocket queens. The river. Deuce of diamonds. And a huge pot for Lombardo. Queens devastated. 6.1 million chip pot. Over to Lombardo. He's played his hand correctly. If he just goes all in pre-flop, his opponent will fold a hand like King 9 suited. Trying to get that extra value, and it's just not gone in his favour. What a crushing turn card. Mario, 10 million now, playing 62 big blinds. And Bart, after that crushing blow to his stack, is playing just over 10. You see 5 of our stacks between 13 and 25 big blinds. So much action in our first 2 orbits here today. Only on hand 18. Oh, great to see so much action in such a little space of time, and things are just heating up in this main event. Hold it around. Mark in the hijack. Ace King offsuit. We see them jam over 2 million with pocket aces, so he is clearly going to do the same thing with Ace King offsuit. It's Bart to fold his small pair. Pocket fives. The small blind. In the cutoff. Apologies. Round to Francesco. King Jack offsuit. We've seen him go all in with King Jack of spades a little earlier. He takes a good lay down here. Oh, our Frenchman will take blinds and antes. Stack of about 2.5 million now. Yes, there is a pay jump. All players now guaranteed just over €2,000. 21st to 23rd place will get €2,515. A pay jump of about €500 for the next player who can survive. Mark, who's not messing around today, has moved all in for 2.5 million. King, 10 of hearts. Bart to call all in from the hijack after losing with pocket aces. Does he want to gamble here with his pocket eights? And he decides to let them go. So Johan, ace jack offsuit, the cutoff. He knows that his fellow Frenchman has been loosey-goosey at this table. Tough spot here with the ace jack offsuit. Paying a little over 15 big blinds. Mark having him covered, of course. Have to put his tournament at risk here with the ace jack. And I did think he would lay that down, and he's made it lightish fold, but 24 players remaining. It's tough to call off for your tournament life there with ace jack. This is the power of the all-in. Mark will take the blinds and antes. Live for just 1 hour now, and look at the amount of action that's took place. Just 20 hands so far, and crazy all-ins and calls. Down to the cutoff to Francesco. Queen jack off suit. And our chip leader now in the small blind with ace-6 of hearts. He's just going to call the additional 80,000 chips more. Lombardo paying nearly 6 million. X's option. Top is 8, 7, 3. Top has gone check, check. Turn. Great card for Mario. Giving him the nut flush draw, ace high, and an open ender. Lombardo with an inside straight draw and 2 overcards. There's a bet of 270,000. Mario and a call from Lombardo. River is a 10 of spades. What does Mario want to do? I believe he might have to check this one, and he does. Now Lombardo has to know he can't win. Just queen high. He is reaching for chips. And I like this sizing by Lombardo. About half pot, 500,000 into exactly 1 million, so 50% of the pot. Now, if you're Mario, we believe our ace high can be good. He's going to think about this one. There are a lot of hands that have 1 pair, even 2 pair straights. A difficult call here for Mario. I do believe this bluff will get through from Lombardo. But he has reached for chips. And a great call by Mario. Just with his ace high. Wow, he will take down that pot of 2 million. Not believing his opponent. Blocking some straight draws with his 6. Putting his opponent on one of the only bluffs he could have. Putting his opponent on a missed straight draw with some form of a 9. Making a great call with it just ace high. We move on to the next hand, and it's Johan under the gun +2. Ace 10 offsuit. Let's it go. Hold it around to our chip leader, who just made a great call with ace high on the river against his opponent. Pocket threes on the button will raise to 375,000. Lombardo will fold 8-7 of diamonds in the small blind. Now the option is on Dario. Jack 9 clubs. All the additional 215,000. We will see a pot with nearly $1 million in it already. Check from Dario. Over to the chip leader. We'll bet $250,000, 250,000. With his pocket trees. Dario with a middle pair. Backdoor flush draws and straight draw possibilities is going nowhere. Turn giving him another jack for trips. Turn goes check, check. Now the river. Oh my god. The river. Giving Mario a full house. Such bad river for Dario. Surely thinks his trip jacks are going to be good. Naturally enough, he's going to bet his trip jacks. Bet of 685,000. Mario. I want to posture and think about this, but I would imagine he's just going to move all in. Or at least make a considerable raise. Pot already at 2.2 million. His opponent playing 2.6 million behind. He has raised to 2.2 million. 1.5 million more for Dario to call. This is just a disgusting spot for Dario. What a river for his opponent, Mario. You think you're good, you bet out over half pot. In or around your bet of 685,000. Mario checked relatively quickly behind on the turn after Dario checked his trips over to him. He's trying to piece it together in his head, but he checked behind with a draw and now raised the river, or has he got like a full house with pocket sevens or pocket kings, king jack? And of course, the hand that Mario does have, pocket trees. Dario has called the 1.5 million. And look at the size of that pot. is a huge pot for Mario. A devastating blow to Dario. 36 million in that pot, 5.8 million onto the chip leader's way. You can see the updated chip counts there. Mario playing 68 big blinds with a whopping 14 million chips. Dario now our short stack, playing just 5 big blinds with 1.1 million. Very difficult fold to make there, especially when the raise is coming from the chip leader, who psychologically we could think is trying to bully us. The blinds are up now. The small blind is 100,000. Big blind 200,000. The 200,000 big blind ante every hand. The big blind. Dario picking up pocket jacks. A stack of 1 million. Just going to move all in the small blind. Mark obviously not calling with 10-5 offsuit, so Dario back to 1.5 million. The average stack now nearly 4.5 million with 22 players remaining. Hold it around to Senna. Pocket sevens. Gonna weigh up his options. Playing about 12 big blinds with 2.4 million. He's going to raise to 2.5 times the big blinds to a cool 500,000. Bart in the big blind with ace-9 of diamonds. After that, rushing blow with his pocket queens. Does decide to let it go. Then I will take the blinds and antes, his pocket sevens. Quite a tight fold, the ace-9 suited, but Senna has been patient. Hasn't been out of line. Raising off that stack is indicating quite a lot of strength. Now Mark on the button. Picking up Ace King offsuit. That is going to get both the blinds to fold. Round to Lombardo. Likes Queen 10 offsuit. He's going to fold this time. And it is Bart from the button. 8-7 offsuit. Moving all in for 1.4 million. Action over to Johan now from the small blind with Ace 5 offsuit. Additional 1.3 million for him to call. He's only playing a stack of 1.8 million himself. He's going to call 1.3 million, and look at this. Senna with Ace King offsuit in the big blind with an all in and a call behind him. Action. There is a dispute over him calling the all-in and not the additional 490,000, but there is no way Johan is going to fold for less than 3 big blinds more. I mean, he has already put in 1.4 million. And with no pay jump to worry about, he's just going to have to call the additional 490,000. We are going to see a 3-way all in here. Bart with 8-7 offsuit. But with 43% equity here. Francesco with Ace King offsuit. And Johan Ace 5 offsuit. And the flop is Queen 8-7. What a flop for Bart, flopping 2 pair. Wow. Go to a turn card. Is the 10 of spades, giving Senna a straight draw. The river. 6 of spades. Senna will lose a considerable portion of his stack. Johan has been eliminated. And Bart, who was so unlucky with his queens, a little while ago. It's just tripled up. Now you see the updated chip counts. 3 of our opponents at the table are playing 10 big blinds and under. Bart now playing stack of 4.4 million, 22 big blinds. Lombardo with 24 big blinds, and of course our chip leader way out in front with nearly 10 million more chips than anyone else at the table. Mario with 68 big blinds. Hold it around to Mark in the hijack, Jack 10 of clubs. He's raising to 400,000. Hold it around. Tatiana, who folds her Queen 7 offsuit. Mark will take the blinds and antes. There is 20 players remaining now. All players will have now locked up almost €3,000, €2,953. Just 11 players away from a final table. That has to be in all of their sights. Mark in the hijack, just moving all in for 3.4 million with his pocket jacks. That's just going to get the blinds to fold. Mark will take down the blinds and antes once more and be playing a stack of nearly 4 million now. We can see the average stack is nearly 5 million now. Another 4 eliminations away and we will have a redraw for our last 2 tables. Players will just be 10 players away from that coveted World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Such great added value for this €300 main event buy-in with a guaranteed prize pool of €500,000. All the players locking up just under €3,000, but they will all be wanting that trophy, the title, and €77,600. It is a raise from our Frenchman Under the gun +1 with Queen 8 of spades. Very active today is our mark. And it is Lombardo from the big blind defending with King Jack of spades. And the flop, Ace, 10, Jack. A check from Lombardo. And a bet of 450,000 from the Queen 8 of spades. Turn, check from Lombardo. Quick check back by Mark. And it is a check on by Mark on the river, and Lombardo will win that nice pot, 2 million. I would have liked to see Mark maybe make another stab at that pot. But very awkward with his stack size. Lombardo, not the easiest of men to get to fold a hand. Holds it around to our chip leader on the button, Mario, who has been playing a stormer so far today. Granted, that river full house with his pocket trees gave him a huge pot. He's raised on the button here, King 7 offsuit to 600,000. Now Lombardo, Ace 5 offsuit. The small blind will get out of the way. Dario, just about 1.1 million, paying less than 6 big blinds. We'll get out of the way. Mario will take down blinds and antes, which are a 500,000 chips now. Hold it around to Lombardo, who's getting a bit creative with a raise to 400,000, 10-8 offsuit on the button. Queen Jack of diamonds for Dario, playing just a stack of 1 million. This is a great spot for him to get his last 5 big blinds in the middle here. Now back to Lombardo. Just 705,000 more to make the call, with 400,000 already invested. Does flick it in. But it's Dario that's at risk. Queen Jack of diamonds against Lombardo. 10 of diamonds, 8 of spades. Flop. King, queen, 9. And the turn is an ace of clubs. Dario, hold on here. River, the 5 of diamonds, and he does double up to 2.6 million. Would have been cruel to see a jack. Tatiana deciding to put her last 1.5 million in here with Jack 8 of diamonds. Been very quiet today. Bart with a decision here with ace 4 of diamonds. Believe we will see him let this go. Does fold his ace 4 diamonds. First shove we've seen from Tatiana today. It will get respect. Hold it around to Mario under the gun +1 with ace jack offsuit. Will raise 550,000. Dario in the cutoff. 2 10s. He will move all in for his last 2.6 million. I believe we will see a call from Mario here. But it is 2.6 million, so 13 big blinds. But it is only 2.1 million more for him to call. If you've just joined, my name is Dan Rankin. I am your host and commentator for today. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. There are 20 players left. 19 left now. We will have a redraw at 16 players left, but for the moment we have an all-in and call. Mario with ace-jack offsuit. Dario with 2 10s. The flop is 7, 5, 4, rainbow. Good flop for the 10s. Needs to avoid an ace or a jack. And the turn is an ace. Mario turned an ace. Dario is going to need one of the 2 remaining 10s in the deck. It's not. It is the 9 of diamonds. Dario has been eliminated. And just like that, bing bang boom, we are down to 18 players. Rich become richer. Mario up to 17 million, playing 84 big blinds. Our short stack is now Senna, playing 6 big blinds with 1.3 million. And you can see 3 of our stacks between 10 and 23 and 10 big blinds. So 1 short stack, 1 overwhelming chip leader, and then the rest of our players just kind of bunched in the middle. Mario with 9-8 of clubs under the gun, putting nice, pretty suited hand to work, raising to 400,000. Senna putting in his last 1.3 million with ace queen offsuit. And a quick call from Mario. It's Mario with 9-8 of clubs and Senna needing with ace queen. Going to need help. The flop is king, 9, deuce. Senna going to need an ace or a queen. Mario has the best hand. It's a pair of 9s. The turn is a 7. Senna going to need an ace or a queen, or he is going to be out in 18th place, and it's not. It's a 4 of spades. Good game, Senna. Mario, the Hoover, wins another pot of nearly 2 million, eliminating another player, bringing us down to 17 players left. Mario is on fire. With his Lombardo under the gun, 10-8 of heart, fold. Mark already going to muck his 7 deuce offsuit in the hijack. Bart in the cutoff, king 7 offsuit. This is the France Poker Festival main event. Had a buy-in of €300 with a guaranteed prize pool of €500,000. We will play down to a winner today with 17 remaining. Bart reaching for chips. Raised to 400,000 from the cutoff with King 7 offsuit. Hold around to the big blind. Mario Pepe not going to defend his 9-4 offsuit. Mark under the gun. King 5 of diamonds goes in the muck. Bart folding his Jack 9 offsuit. Tatiana on the button. 10-9 offsuit. All in for her last 1.5 million. Mario gets rid of his Jack 6 offsuit in the small blind. It is Lombardo. King 9 offsuit in the big blind. He's asked for a count. 1.3 million more to call. He is only playing a stack of 4.3 million. Tough call here with the King 9 offsuit. Knowing what's at stake. Only 8 players away from that final table. He is pondering this one. Tiana's been very tight, quiet today, so he does decide to let his King 9 offsuit go. Find out in 30 minutes that he would have been dominating, but he lets that one go and hold on to his 4.5 million stack, 4.3 million. Tatiana in the cutoff with King 10 offsuit, just lets it go. Now Mario on the button, 4-3 of spades. Putting together a raise of 525,000. Lombardo wants to see a flop. Calling the additional 425,000 from the small blind with Queen Jack offsuit. The flop is ace, 10, 7, 2 diamonds. A check from both players. We will see the turn card, which is the 5 of spades. Lombardo checks. Big queen high. Being a king for a straight. Mario has decided to check behind his 4 high. Now if I'm Mario, I know that 4 high cannot win. And having not bet on the flop or the turn, I would expect him to bet the river. Bet's a small bet of 400,000. Lombardo decides to let his queen high go. We see update of the chip counts here. Our last 2 stacks both playing 10 big blinds each. Mark and Tatiana. Lombardo playing 18 big blinds. Bart with 22 big blinds. And Mario way out in front with 95 big blinds. Stay tuned for more action live from the King's Resort as we play down to a winner of the France Poker Festival main event. Don't go anywhere. If the action is just heating up, we've seen so many eliminations already, and I'll be on a short break. Join back 17 minutes for more action.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. The last 16 players remain. The France Poker Festival main event. And there's been a lot of action so far. If you're just joining in, my name is Dan Rankin and I will be your host for today until we crown a champion. You can see the chip counts there. On the second table, our short stack with 10 big blinds. And one of our opponents is up over 100 big blinds, playing a stack of 20 million. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. Seat 1, we still have Massimo Lombardo. We have Paul from yesterday in seat 2. Tatiana, seat 3. Arad in seat 4. Seat 5, we have Mikel. Seat 6, Leonardo Sabatino. You might remember from yesterday's play. Seat 7, we have Bart. And in seat number 9, we have Poker Denmark. Oh, let's get straight back to the action. Small blind, 100,000. Big blind, 200,000. With a 200,000 big blind ante. It's an all-in under the gun. Tatiana. Ace-Jack offsuit. For about 10 big blinds. $16 players remain. Playing for that first prize in the title of €76,600. Our top 6 finishers today will also receive a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Tatiana will take down that first hand. The redraw will bring a different dynamic to the table. New opposition, different stack sizes. There will be an adjustment from the players. The average stack now just over 6 million. Leonardo Sabatino, King, Queen of Diamonds, playing a stack of 6.2 million. Under the gun +2, he will raise to 450,000. That will be folded around. He will take the blinds and antes. Been live for a little over 2 hours now, and we've had already 11 eliminations. The action is quite fast paced, hot and heavy. All players now just 10 positions away from that €10,000 ticket. That has to be playing in the players' minds. Round to Bart. Under the gun +2 with ace-10 off suit. Playing a stack of 5 million. He will raise to 400,000. Hold it around to our big blind Arad. He will call 200,000 more to see a flop. Flop is Jack, 5, 3, 2 diamonds. Not much here for either opponent. We expect Bart to continue on this board. The position and the betting lead. He does bet 425,000 and take down that pot of 1.5 million. Eight, 6 of spades for Sabatino under the gun. He will let that one go. Hold around to Poker Denmark. Playing just under 15 big blinds with a stack of 2.9 million. King Jack of spades, he will move his last 2.9 million chips into the middle. Hold it around to the button. Tatiana, who's been very patient today. She will let her pocket tens go. Huge fold from Tatiana. Now Arad. Ace queen off suit. Paying a stack of 5.7 million. This is for over half his chips. We're in or around. Yes, Tatiana did fold pocket tens. A huge fold. 2 tens with 10 big blinds. Not going to get much better opportunities than that with pocket tens, but it's easier said than done when you're sitting in them seats and you're thinking about that €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event. You've been playing for days on end. Decision fatigue can set in. Pressure is mounting for those players out there that close to the final table, the title, and of course the ticket I keep mentioning. Green chips are 25,000, the white chips are 100,000, and the pink chips, those biscuits, are 500,000 each. With Bart with a raise of 400,000 with his 210s from under the gun. Nobody really has anything. All players now guaranteed €3,391. We are 7 eliminations away from the final table. 10 eliminations away from every player receiving that €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. So much action today, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We played down to a winner today. You can find all the information about Kings on the King's Resort website, kingsresort.com. You will also find a shop there, kingsshop.com, where you can purchase merchandise, and if you use the promo code STREAM10, you will get 10% discount on all purchases. Dress like a king. Exclamation promo to find out more about that. So it's a rad from the cutoff. Jack 9 offsuit. Raising to 425,000. A stack of just under 6 million. Bart want to defend with his ace-3 offsuit. He will put in the additional 225,000 more. Flop is 9, 8, deuce, rainbow. This Bart has bet 425,000 into his opponent here. It's bad timing because Arad has top pair. He will call 2 million in the middle now as we head to the turn, which is the Queen of Spades. Check from Arad and a check behind by Bart. Right, Bart has checked and it's over to Arad with the option. Who will check behind, I would assume, and he does. The river is the 7 of hearts. Both players check. And Arad will win that 2 million pot. and increase his stack up to 6.9 million. Lombardo under the gun with King Jack offsuit, paying a stack of 3.3 million. He is going to come in with a raise to exactly $500,000, paying a little under 20 big blinds to start the hand. Hold it around to the button. Sabatino, Queen 7 of hearts, goes in the muck. Art will fold his Queen 9 of clubs from the small blind. Poker Denmark will fold his Queen Deuce offsuit, and the blinds and antes will go to Lombardo. Here we see an update on the chip count. Mikel way out in front here, 98 big blinds, paying a stack of 20 million. And look at that, the closest to him at the table is 6.9 million of Arad. 34 big blinds. Now they're all grouped from there. And our short stack, Tatiana, with 10 big blinds. Couple of those stacks in the middle between 18 and 31 big blinds. $15 players remaining now, so there must have been another elimination. All players now guaranteed €3,829 as we edge closer to that final table. Hold it around to the button where Bart has opened with Queen 5 offsuit, paying a stack of 5 million to start the hand. Lombardo will flick in the additional 225,000 to see a flop. Flop is 4, 3, deuce. Both opponents check quickly. Lombardo with a small bet of 400,000. Bart with his open ender will call 400,000, 2 million in the pot now as we head to the river. The river is a 6 of hearts, giving Bart the straight. Have a cheeky look back to see he does indeed have the 5 of hearts, and he does. How much does he want to bet? Answer is 525,000. What does Lombardo think of this? No longer beating many hands. Does have a pair of trees, however. He is cutting out the call. Does make that call. This 3 million chip pot is going to go Bart's way. Bardo will get the bad news and muck his hand. We will move on to the next hand. The average stack now 6.5 million. 6 players away from the final table. That's Mikel. Raised to 450,000. Ace queen off suit, and Lombardo, after losing that last hand, picking up pocket nines in the small blind. And he does put in his last 2.2 million with his pocket pair. Mikel with a quick call, well able to afford this, playing a stack of 20 million. Look at all those pink chips in the front. There's nearly 5 million in this pot as we go to the flop. And it's big flop for Lombardo. Jack 9-5 flopping a set. Turn card a queen. That's going to do it. Lombardo will double up to nearly 5 million. With Mikel only losing about 10% of his stack, still playing at 18 million. Still nearly 100 big blinds for Mikel. Ace Jack off suit for Red under the gun. The blinds are up now again. Price of poker has gone up. $250,000 now, the big blind. Small blind 125,000. 250k. big blind ante. Rad will raise to 525,000 with his ace jack offsuit. Lombardo will get it out of the way on the button. Small blind goes into the muck. Tatiana now playing only 1.5 million. With a quarter of her remaining chips already invested. That is how big the big blind has gotten. And she has moved her last 1.8 million into the middle with King 7 offsuit. And Arad going to call this, getting a great price. Going to be an all-in and call here. Tatiana against Arad. Rad's ace jack. Tatiana's King 7 offsuit. The flop. Jack, 10, 9. Great draw for Tatiana. King would do it for her also. The turn is a 4 of clubs. Going to need big help on this river or she will be eliminated. And it's not, it's the ace of diamonds. Tatiana eliminated in 15th place. Rad wins a nice pot. As we get closer to the final table, the France Poker Festival main event. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. All players guaranteed €3,829. One more elimination and every player will be guaranteed €4,267. Back to the action where Bart was raised to 525,000 with his ace king offsuit. Lombardo out the way in the cutoff with ace-8 offsuit. Rad out the way in the big blind after just winning that big pot. He's up to 8.5 million. 5 eliminations away from the final table now, guys. Bardo falls into hijack. Round to Paul. Jack 3 of hearts going to go in the muck. And the small blind with 9 deuce off. Paying 8.4 million. He'll just give his opponent a walk. Round to Lombardo in the hijack with ace jack off suit. Paying just under 5 million. Raised to 550,000. We've had another elimination, so just 13 players remaining now. All players guaranteed €4,267. Good evening to you from the Twitch chat. I've done some work on my pronunciations. I've been better today so far. Lombardo with pocket eights. Under the gun +1. You're joining us at a good time. 13 remaining. The action has been fast and heavy today. Started with 27 players. We're at hand number 50. We are down to 13, just 4 players away from the final table. Lombardo with a raise to 550,000. It will be in all the players' minds how close they are to the final table and that €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Round to Arad in the hijack with King 10 off suit. Playing a stack of 8.4 million. He will raise to 525,000. The chip leader with position on him, Mikel. From the cutoff with Ace King off suit, playing a stack of 18 million. He will 3-bet to 1.6 million. will be folded back around to Arad. We will just let this one go. Hold around to Leonardo Sabatino in the cutoff. He will let his Jack 8 offsuit go. Bart let his 8-5 offsuit go. Now in the small blind with King 3 offsuit for Poker Denmark. Playing 10 big blinds. Just under with 2.3 million. He's no choice but to move all in. That will get a fold from the 9-3 suited, as you would expect. Hold it around to the button. Ooh. Just took down the blinds and antes. We've just had another elimination. We are down to 12 now. 3 players away from that final table. He will get out of the way with his 8-6 offsuit. And we have another walk. Lombardo mucking his absolute muck with 3 deuce offsuit. Now Poker Denmark at the cutoff with ace-6 of diamonds, playing just under 12 big blinds with a stack of 2.9 million. And he will indeed move all in. Look at this. 2 red ladies for Arad. Paying a stack of 8 million. What a time to pick these up. And he's crammed it all in. Or has he asked for a count? Going to give it a little bit of thought before moving all in. Maybe could consider trying to trap the big blind. And just call in the small. Won't matter. Bell not playing Jack Deuce offsuit anytime soon. We have an all-in and call. Poker Denmark needing help with ace-6 of diamonds. And the two ladies way out in front. The flop, King, Jack, 10. Not much help. Turn coming a King of Spades. The river is the 9. That's going to give a rad the straight. Knock out Poker Denmark. Just like that, bing bang boom, we are down to 11 players. Lombardo takes a swig from something fruity looking. It looks like we've had another elimination, so the field is down to 10 now. All players will receive a minimum of €4,779, and we are at the final table bubble, and all players are only 4 eliminations away from that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket worth €10,000. You can cut the tension with a knife. Obviously all players want that title and that 77,000, but always playing in your mind to make sure you make that final table. All players will be aware, vigilant of what's at stake here. Meanwhile, Lombardo raising in the cutoff with his pocket trees, defending the big blind by Sabatino. Flop has gone check, check. Turn coming a queen of clubs. I think I would like to see Sabatino make a stab at this spot. Somewhere in the region of $500,000 would be fine. 600,000 maybe. He goes for 7. Lombardo will show pocket trees and fold. Both tables playing 5-handed now. Can't afford to just fold your hands with all them lines and antes out there for the taking. 5-handed is going to play at a much quicker and faster pace. Hold around to Mikel. The Queen 10 offsuit on the button. Going to raise to 525,000. Bart with a decision in the big blind with ace-8 offsuit. Paying a stack of 6 million. He wants to see a flop and will put in the additional 275,000. It is a good flop for him. Ace, Queen, Deuce. Checks it over to his opponent. Will fire a continuation bet of 400,000. Turn is the King of Spades. 2.2 million in the middle now already. Expect this turn card to go check, check. Considerable amount of the time. Maybe wants to try eke out a small bit of value and control the size of the pot by betting into his opponent here on the turn. He does do that and bets 650,000. Now if you're Mikel, you read this as a lot of the big blind's range that contained a big ace would most likely make a move pre-flop, knowing that Mikel is the chip leader. Like hand like ace queen, ace king, ace jack, ace 10, jack 10 offsuit, jack 10 suited, of course in Bart's range. But we also have a 10 in our hand. Mikel will get out of the way there. Bart will take down that pot of 2.9 million. He could have maybe all the additional 650,000 on that turn, but he read his opponent on the exact kind of hand that he had, and even with his straight draw to boot, he decided to let that one go. Bart's going to just hold his small blind with 10-4 offsuit, and Lombardo take it down with 8-7 of clubs. Expect to see the players playing cautiously, knowing what's at stake, knowing they're only one player away from the final table, knowing what's up top. That massive prize of €77,600. And also, they have all been eyeing up that World Series of Poker Europe main event. ticket worth €10,000 for the top 6 finishers in this tournament. So much more action yet to come, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Sabatino raising in the cutoff to 575,000. Queen 10 offsuit. That's going to get the job done. You can see the average stack now, nearly 10 million. Over to Bart in the cutoff with King Queen of Hearts. Raising to 525,000 on the final table bubble. The France Poker Festival main event. Also, pay jump of €1,000 for the players on top of the mounting pressure of everything else. Lombardo has called on the button with ace-10 offsuit, giving Mikel a great price with his 5-3 of clubs. Both players will check over to Lombardo on the button. Will fire on this Jack 8-3 2 diamond flop. You will bet 600,000. And Mikel, with his pair of threes, will come along to see the turn card. That is a 7 of diamonds. Mikel is leading here. 800,000. Lombardo looks like is calling pretty quickly. 4 million in this pot as we go to see the river. River is the 5 of spades. What does Mikel want to do? It's a dangerous board now. He has hit his 2 pair. Check it over to Lombardo. Lombardo checks back. Checks back with his ace-10. I would have liked to maybe see an all-in from Lombardo there, but don't know if his opponent is checking with the intention of folding two pair. He might have just saved himself 3 million chips and a 10th place finish. Hold it around to Mikel in the small blind with 9-5 offsuit. Someone says in the chat, new mic. I believe you were telling me about my mic last weekend. This is a new headset and new mic, noise cancelling. It doesn't cancel the sound of my voice as I try to bring you all the action. Mikel takes the blinds and antes. Nice to see you back joining us after the coverage last weekend. Now we see the update on the chip counts. Lombardo are short stack with 11 bigs and our chip leader out in front with 80 big blinds. Lombardo playing five-handed under the gun, but not quite under the gun when you're playing five-handed with ace-jack of diamonds. Will move his last 3 million chips into the middle. Yes, Jerry, we have sorted out the mic issue. We're still working on the pronunciations. Just take it one player and one name at a time. Ten remaining as our average stack almost 10 million. Mikel raising to 650,000 from 850,000 from the cutoff. Queen 9 of spades. Right, it is a raise to 750,000, 3 times the big blind. Sabatino on the button with a pocket pair, albeit a small one. I would like to see him go all in, but he does elect to call. We will see a flop. Queen, 10, 5, rainbow. check from Mikel, letting his opponent stab at it with his pocket fours. Also perhaps trying to disguise the strength of his hand. I like this check by Mikel. He is just going to go all in, putting max pressure on his opponent. If he did have a hand like Jack 10, King 10, Ace 10, maybe some straight draws. Just getting that extra bet out of his opponent before moving all in over the top. Nice play by Mikel. Ending his chip lead here to 22 million. A raise from the button from Bart. 525,000 off a stack of just over 6 million. Arad wants to see a flop for 275,000 more. The flop is King, 4, Deuce, Rainbow. Not much for either. Well, Arad has a straight draw and a backdoor. Hearts working for him. Neither player has connected immediately with the flop. I would expect Arad to at least be calling his bet of 325,000. He's going to strike gold with this turn card. Earning the straight, but the opponent having a straight draw now also, but not a... Need a 3. Now the option for Arad on the river, 2.1 million in the pot. River is the deuce of diamonds. Arad will bet a cool 1 million. Not sure if Bart do anything but fold here, and he does. So 3 million pot over to Arad. Holds around to Lombardo, with playing a stack of 3 million with A7 offsuit on the button. Moving all in. He will take down the blinds and antes. Hold around to the small blind to Mikel. Pocket sevens. Most likely just move all in on his opponent in the big blind. Sabatino with King Jack spades in the big blind here. All into call, and he knows the magnitude of this. Let me know if the audio is okay for you in the chat. Hearing nothing but good things all day with someone. They're watching without audio. Okay, thank you for confirming that, chat. Mikel really putting the pressure on his opponent, but 4 off a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, the first prize of €77,600, and one player away from the final table. It is a different story looking at this hand saying he has to call with King Jack of Spades, and sitting in that chair knowing what's at stake. All of these factors are going to be running through his head. And he has gone with it, guys. This is a huge moment for Leonardo Sabatino. $8.8 million in this pot. The flop. Ace, Jack, 10. Great flop for Sabatino. Pocket sevens are in trouble. Turn card is a 9 of hearts. Yes. We will see a river. It is the 5 of hearts. Sabatino. Game to win. Makes that great hero call. Mikel will lose about 20% of his stack. A little less. We will move on to hand number 66. Still playing five-handed. All players wanting those sevens to hold. Apart from Sabatino, of course. Mikel back to work on the button with King 6 of clubs this time. Leonardo Sabatino with Ace 4 of spades. Those newfound chips, putting them to work here. With a 3-bet to 1.5 million, and that's going to work. For my money at the moment, the standout player would have to be the chip leader, Mikel. He's putting pressure on his opponents in all the right spots. I am not sure who's at the outer table. It might be someone that we have seen from yesterday. All in from Bart in the small blind. Lombardo will get out of the way with his 10-8 offsuit. Mikel under the gun, raising to 525,000 with King 6 of hearts. Lombardo, Ace 6 of clubs, putting his last 3.1 million, little over 12 big blinds in the middle. Take down those much needed blinds and antes. And 69. 10 remaining. And what a time to pick up the rockets, the pocket aces in the cutoff. raising to 525,000. And Lombardo on the button with Queen 10 of diamonds wants to see a flop. You're a rad with King Queen offsuit. I guess he just decides to get out of the way. Quite a good fold by a rad, knowing what's at stake. King 6 flop, and a rad not be happy with himself. But that's just being results orientated. This quickly gone check. There's a bet of 350,000. Lombardo is going to get out of the way. Rad might have won a huge pot there, but not to be. As we see the chip counts, our short stack, Lombardo with 14 big blinds, Bart playing 26 big blinds, Sabatino with 39, Rad with 43 big blinds, and our chip leader by a lot with 16 million chips and 64 big blinds is Mikel. Look at this, Lombardo picking up Ace King. Decides to raise 600,000, leaving himself with 3 million behind. And somehow Sabatino is Ace Queen off suit in the big blind. This could spell disaster. Sabatino, it'd be very hard to not go all in with these stack sizes. Playing short-handed, knowing what's at stake, putting the pressure back on your opponent. There's no way this doesn't just go all in the middle. Sabatino is going to see the bad news. This is huge for Lombardo. If he can hold, he'll be up to 7.6 million. Sabatino needs a lady. He's going to be back down to 6 million. We see the flop. Flop is 8, 4, 3, 2 diamonds. No help to Sabatino. The turn is a 10 of hearts. Where's the lady? He's going to need a lady. But Lombardo going to double up to 7.6 million, and he does. Huge moment for the Ace King. Massimo Lombardo. They're all grouped around that 20 to 40 big blind range, apart from our chip leader. Over 400 of you tuning in on this Monday afternoon. If you are just joining, you are watching live action the France Poker Festival main event in Rozvadov. I am your host for today, Dan Rankin. There is 10 people left. We are on the final table bubble. It's been quite a considerable amount of fast, aggressive action over the last 70 hands. Exhilarating stuff. Lombardo with his newfound chips, raising with ace-10 offsuit to 600,000. And a rad with ace-king this time in the cutoff. With a 3-bet to 1.8 million. Mikel on the button with ace-10 off. I don't think there's much he can do here but fold. With a raise and a 3-bet behind him. He does get out of the way. Now back to Lombardo. He knows what's at stake. He's just doubled up. I believe he will get out of the way. And he does turn over his ace of spades and show his opponent. The blinds are up again. Small blind 150,000. Big blind 300,000. The 300,000 big blind ante. This is going to put even more pressure on our shorter stacks. Calling the small blind from Bart with 4 deuce off suit and a check from Lombardo with jack deuce suited. Hearts. Flop is ace 9 3. A quick bet and fold. And 73. Miguel. Jack 8 of spades. The raise to 700,000. A really, really nice suited hand for Leonardo Sabatino. With King Queen of Spades, he will 3-bet to 1.7 million from the cutoff. Back to Mikel. How is he perceiving his opponent's range here, knowing what's at stake? Would Sabatino 3-bet the chip leader light in this spot? Sabatino will take that down. I can see in the right hand corner of our screen that we have 9 left and we have reached the final table. All players will now be at the final table playing for that whopping first prize, €77,600. We are just 3 eliminations away from every other player remaining getting that €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket also. We are going to go on a short break, but if you've been watching the action today, it's been fast-paced and heavy. Don't go anywhere, where we will conclude this event today and crown a champion in the France Poker Festival main event.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax.
Hello, and you're very welcome back to this final table, France Poker Festival main event. If you are just tuning in, I am your host for this evening, Dan Rankin. It's been very fast-paced action so far. You're down to our final 9, all playing for that title, €77,600, and our top 6 finishers here will all receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. In seat 1 we have Mario, you might remember from earlier, playing 22 million. Arad paying 12 million. Bart, seat 3 with 6.8 million. Mikel, seat 4 with 15 million. Yohai Aliyah, seat 5 with 2.3 million. Leonardo Sabatino with 7.3 million. Asimo Lombardo with 20 big blinds of 6.2 million. The small blind is 150,000. Small blind is 150,000. The big blind is 300,000 with a 300,000 big blind ante. Let's get this action underway. This main event was €300 buy-in. The guaranteed prize pool of €500,000, $500,000. Yohai was in the danger zone for much of the conclusion of yesterday's play. He seems to be our short stack yet again. Just for our stream viewers, use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off any merchandise at King's shop. Dress like a king. Our final table is underway. Excited to be bringing you the conclusion of this event and crown a champion live from the King's Resort today in Rozvadov. Round to Mario in the small blind. Queen 7 of clubs. Paying over 20 million. Going to complete for another 150,000 in the small blind. Arad will check back with 8 deuce off suit. They will see a flop of ace, queen, 5, 2 clubs. Mario checks in the small. Rad checks back. Bet of 400,000 from Mario with his pair of queens and the flush draw. And a 4 will give Arad a straight, but on that kind of a flop, Turn, he's just going to let it go. Pressure on these players, knowing that if they just survive 3 more eliminations, they will be guaranteed that €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Folded around to Sabatino with Queen 10 of diamonds under the gun +3. He is playing a stack of 7.3 million after his big double up. He will raise to 725,000. And a Rad in the small blind with Ace-9 offsuit is going to let it go. Bart won't be letting this go with 2 black ladies in the big blind. All players now guaranteed almost €6,000, €5,719 to be precise. All the pay jumps are so significant from here on out. Bart will move his last 6 million into the middle with pocket queens. Sabatino is just going to have to let this pretty suited hand go. A lot of tension at this final table, knowing what's at stake and how close they are to that ticket. The average stack over 10 million now. Just 9 remaining. Hold it around to Rad on the button with Queen 6 offsuit. Lets it go. Bart in the small blind with Jack 6 offsuit. He is just going to call Another additional 150,000. Mikel going to check back with his Queen Deuce offsuit, and the flop is 10, 3, 3, 2 clubs. It goes check, check. Bart checks. Queen of clubs on the turn. Yeah, the top pair and a 2 high flush draw. We bet 1 big blind to take it down. What's your predictions in the Twitch chat? Who do you think is going to take this one down? For people with a fan favourite out there, let me know. Now Mini, who I've seen absolutely zero hands from today or yesterday. He's a brand new player to me. Folded under the gun with ace-9 of clubs. Sabatino with ace-jack offsuit, paying a stack of 6.5 million. Is raised. Raised to 625,000, I think. Mario in the hijack with the Space Cowboys. Pocket Kings at King's Resort. Puts in a 3-bet to 1.8 million. This is a great spot to put pressure on our opponents with such a large chip stack. I think 20 million behind. Albeit he does have such a strong hand in the Pocket Kings. It was a raise to 625,000 and a 3-bet to 1.8 million. It's back on Sabatino. His hands are tied in what he can do here, given that he is only 3 spots away from that ticket. But perhaps he is a non-believer of the big stack, Mario. Really carefully analysing this decision. And he will reluctantly let it go. The rich get richer, and Mario takes down that smallish pot. But they're all big pots now with the big blind at 300,000. Yohai clearly our short stack here with 5 big blinds. No other player under 20 big blinds after that. A lot of play left in this tournament. It's Lombardo, early position with King Jack of Hearts, raising 625,000 off a stack of just over 6 million. This is an incredible moment for Yohai, picking up Ace King offsuit with just 5 big blinds. Can't really ask for any more. Won't find a much better chance to double up than Ace King with 5 big blinds with a raise in front of him. Does eventually put in his last 1.7 million. It's going to be our first all-in and call at the final table. Yohai way out in front here. King Jack of Hearts for Lombardo. Yohai, Ace King offsuit. On our flop, Ace, Jack, 5. Great start for Yohai. Lombardo with a piece of it. The turn card gives him a flush draw with the 6 of hearts. It's not over yet. Oh my God, he's done it! Lombardo hits runner to send Yohai home in 9th place. Done everything he could to double up there. He got it in with Ace King. Opponent is just drawn out on him, and he will be our 9th place finisher. We'll take home with him €5,719. All players now guaranteed €7,425. We are just 2 eliminations away from every other player remaining getting that ticket that I keep mentioning, €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Poker is a fickle mistress and a very cruel game at times. GG to Yohai. That's not Lombardo's first time to hit runner today. He's been in the thick of the action late into last night and early on today. Hold it around. Mario, who's going to open. You're going to see him opening a lot of pots, playing a stack of 23 million. This time he has the king 10 of clubs. Everyone will fold. Very cagey out there at the moment with 8 remaining. Around to the cutoff. Mikel, who folds his king 8 offsuit, and it's mini on the button. The 4 deuce offsuit going in the muck. Sabatino now playing a stack of 5.5 million to start the hand. In or around is going to move all in with his ace 10 offsuit from the small blind. Lombardo lets his dominated Jack 10 go. Mario under the gun. Just with an ace-6 offsuit, but he is the chip leader. There is so much at stake here. His stack would dictate that he can run riot on the table for the most part. He will raise to 700k. And round to Sabatino on the button with King Queen offsuit. No, this guy's not shy. He will call the 700k. We will see a flop. is queen, 6, deuce, rainbow. Both players with a piece of it. Mario, middle pair with an ace-high kicker. Sabatino, top pair with a king kicker. And he bets 775k. And I expect Sabatino to just move in here. And he does move all in for 5.5 million. Could just call, let his opponent keep bluffing or keep betting with a piece of it, but with what's at stake, he just wants to put an end to the hand now. Nice pick up there for Sabatino. A Rad with two tens here under the gun, paying a stack of 11 million. He will raise to 650k. Two tens will take blinds and antes, which are now 750k. Paying a stack of 15 million to raise to 650k from under the gun +1 with his ace 10 offsuit. Nobody really having anything. Rad could want to see a flop for 350k more with his 7-5 offsuit, but sides against it. Here's an update of the chip counts. Bart, our short stack with 24 big blinds playing 7.3 million. And Mario out in front with 72 big blinds with 22 million. You can see a lot of the stacks are very closely contended at the moment. Players must be feeling the heat and the pressure down there live from the King's Resort as we play down to a winner, the France Poker Festival main event from Rozvadov. We are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10. Get 10% off your order at King's Shop. Rest like a king. We're Rad in the small blind with 9-8 offsuit. He is going to raise to 650k. Bart not with much here, just a queen deuce offsuit. However, it is only a tad bit over one more big blind to call. He does decide to flick it in. Look at this. Flop, queen, 10, jack, 2 spades. Rad flopping a straight. Top pair for Bart. And a bet of 700k from Rad. And he is going to call. And the turn brings the 8 of diamonds, putting more draws on the board, and any 9 completing a straight now. Top pair not looking so hot if you are in Bart's shoes. This pot now with 3 million in the middle. Bart with 5.7 million behind. Rad with 10 million, just under. Rad decides to check is straight over to his opponent. Controlling the size of this pot. Bart is going to make blocker-ish value bet. Giving his opponent his price. He had a jack or a 10, maybe some diamonds, some spades. Not wanting to just check back the turn and let his opponent draw for free. Also could get value from a worse hand. I think Arad will just move all in here. There's just too many bad rivers. He does move all in. Just a terrible spot now for Bart. Gonna have to let his hand go. Mini under the gun with Queen 8 of clubs. Lets it go. Around to the button for a rad with King 4 off suit. He will fold. The small blind now will let it go. Miguel will get a walk with 7-4 of spades. Folded around to Mario with Jack 7 of spades in the hijack. Our chip leader playing 22 million. He errs on the side of caution and not opening up this one. A rad with ace jack off suit in the cutoff. Will raise to 650k. Mini maybe considering a call here with 4-3 offsuit for 350k more in the big blind. Or maybe he has other ideas. Put the pressure on his opponent. He's reaching for those big biscuit chips. Those pink 500k's. That is a 3-bet to 1.6 million, putting the pressure back on his opponent. How does Arad proceed here? He is getting a decent enough price to see a flop. For 950k more, that's exactly what he does. Top is King, Queen, 8, 2 spades. Mini decides to check on that bad board. And a rad check behinds quickly. The turn is a deuce of spades. A rad now nut flush draw as well to go with his straight draw and ace high. Me deciding to bet on this turn. Bet of 1.2 million. Rad. Surely going to come along here for this price. See a river card, at the very least. $6.1 million in this pot now. If you are just joining, you are watching the final table of the France Poker Festival main event, and I am your commentator and host for today, Dan Rankin. You are in many shoes. You know the 4 high is never good. You cannot win a showdown. Is the board just too bad for you to bluff here? And he doesn't look like he's slowing down. He's reaching huge here. A bet of 3.2 million into a pot of 6.1. And if you're a rad, are you believing this from your opponent, having checked the flop over to you? Pressure of this moment. 2 players away from that 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Playing for this title. Having a look back at his hand. If I'm a rat, I don't really know what his opponent is repping. Piecing it all together, he 3-bet pre-flop. Checks the flop. Bets the turn. Now a bet of 3.2 million on the river. You have the ace of spades. Blocking flush draws. Blocking enough flushes that our opponent can have. I believe he will probably have to pass here. He does fold. And what a bluff by our man Mini. That That puts Mini up to 52 big blinds and a stack of 16 million, rivaling Mikel's stack of 16 million. Mario still out in front with 22 million. We have Sam with 12 million, Arad with 11 million. And there are two shorter stacks. Just a limp call under the gun with the Space Cowboys for Lombardo. Two kings. Mini in the small blind with Jack Deuce of diamonds. Considering completing his small blind, but lets it go. Now the option from Sabatino with pocket fours in the big blind. He is going to check his option. We will see a flop. 7, 5, 5, 2 diamonds. Sabatino betting into his opponent. Bet 400,000. Lombardo casually putting in those 4 white chips. Turn goes check, check. Sorry, the turn has not gone check, check. Leonardo has bet 1.1 million. And Lombardo pause for concern. Calls relatively quickly, and we will see a river with 4 million in this pot already. The river is an ace of diamonds. Sabatino, knowing his pocket fours can't win in a showdown situation. Oh, he's reaching for a bet of 2.1 million. What a terrible run out for Lombardo. 4 diamonds on the board. The ace hits the river. Going to have to let his Cowboys go. Sabatino finding a way to win that pot with pocket fours. Quite a nice play by Sabatino. Knowing that that flop hits him more than his opponent. Not realizing just how strong his opponent was. His opponent easily could have been sitting there with the king of diamonds and it would have been a different story. Now it is Sam raising under the gun with ace queen offsuit. 725k. Mini on the button here with pocket tens. Just seen him do that really creative play with 4-3 offsuit. Confidence must be running high. He will at least call. Given the pay jumps here and playing for that €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, I would think it is better to just call on the button here with two tens. That is going to bring in the small blind and the big blind sometimes, and this time Lombardo getting the tri-flop is set for just 425k more. Mini playing 15 million, Sam playing 11 million, and Lombardo playing 5 million. We will see a flop three ways here with 2.6 million already in the middle. This king, 9, 7, rainbow. Mini still with the best hand. This is the ace queen that is going to put together a bet. He will bet 875k. That's not going to get Mini to go anywhere, and he will call on the button. We will see a turn card. Jack of clubs. Sam want to slow down, or is he going to continue? Already 4.4 million in this pot. Got about 10 million behind. Mini having him covered, of course. 14 million. Looks like Sam is waving the white flag, checking over to his opponent. A bet 1.2 million from Mini with his straight draws. Sam is going to continue here. It is the brick, deuce of hearts. This is going to go check, check. And Mini going to win a 7 million pot, 6.8 million with his two tens. Bart folding his pocket deuces. Now over to Mikel in the hijack with ace-5 offsuit. He's folded. Around to the small blind for Lombardo, 6-4 offsuit. It looks like Lombardo is raising this to 750k. And what does Sam think of this? Lombardo only playing about 4.2 million behind. Just check from Lombardo on Queen 8-8. Sam by far the best hand here with his top pair. Lombardo gets out of the way. Lombardo possibly a little bit tilted after that hand with his pocket kings. Hold around to many. What a time to be alive. 20 million in the hijack with the Rockets. Pocket aces. For this creative player. He will raise to 650,000. Deuces in the small for Sam. I'm going to call the additional 500k. Deuces never loses. Now the flop. 9, 7, 6. Rainbow. Not a good board for either opponent. Very wet. Straights, 2 pairs. Many finding a bet of 800k. That will get Sam to fold. Just with a pair of deuces, not looking too pretty there. Many scoops that pot. A raise by Mikel under the gun +1. 7-6 suited to 800k. Round to the big blind. It's a Rad's turn to have the pocket rockets. Paying a stack of 10 million. Does he want to just call and play his hand tricky, or put together a 3-bet? And it looks like he's going for the 3-bet. A chunky 3.1 million. Roll it around to Mario on the button with 10-9 offsuit. Paying a stack of 21 million. The blinds have gone up to 200,000 for the small blind, 400,000 for the big blind, with a 400k big blind ante. Still 8 players remaining, but this was going to put a lot more pressure on these smaller stacks. Mario will get that one through with his raise, 850k on the button. Now Mini under the gun, pocket 8s. He will raise to 900,000. And a Rad, one pair lower with pocket 7s on the button, playing about 30 big blinds, 12 million. I'd like to see him just call here, and he does just do that. Art with A7 of clubs, but he's only playing 3.7 million. That will go in the muck. We will see a flop of 10, 9, 3. Rainbow And a check by both players. Turn is the 10 of hearts. 8's still in the lead. Expecting to see Mini bet now. I get value from a draw. Deny our opponent equity if he has some sort of overcards. Or a straight draw. Mini bets 1.2 million. Also, he could get called by a pair worse, which is exactly what's going on. The river is a deuce of clubs. 5.2 million chips in this pot now. The option on Mini. I think he just wants to get the showdown here with a, yeah, he goes for a check. A nicely played hand there by Mini. Controlled the size of the pot. Got a street of value. Knew where he was at. Checked his option on the river. With Sam under the gun +2 with ace 10 offsuit. Raising to 800k. Round to the big blind, and it's another pair for Mini. Pocket 10s this time. And he will just come along for 400k more in the big blind with his 2 10s. Sorry, that's a 3-bet. A 3-bet to 1.7 million. Putting the pressure back on his opponent. Sam is going to call here for just 900k more. The flop has favoured him. Ace 9 6, top pair for Sam. The only card that will help Mini now is the last remaining 10 in the deck. Sam bets. About 1.9 million it looks like. Wow. A great fold there by Mini. 3-bet pre-flop. And doesn't lose any more money in the hand. Just checks it over to his opponent. Opponent bets almost 2 million. Mini doesn't think he's got the best hand and just lets his 2 10s go. Maintains a stack of 22 million. It's good for 55 big blinds. Bart and Lombardo 10 and 9 big blinds respectively. We've got 4 of our opponents between 23 and 35 big blinds. We have our chip leader. Still 8 remaining. Live at the King's Resort in Rozvadov for the France Poker Festival main event final table. Raising under the gun +1 off a stack of about 10 million to 875k. Now everyone lets it go. And Sam will take the blinds and antes. Mario, our chip leader, 22 million. Ace-3 offsuit. Merely positioned, but we're just 2 eliminations away from that €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Pressure is on. He is going to raise to 925k. Round to the big blind to Lombardo. 525k for him to call and he lets it go. Lombardo playing just 3.4 million now. New people joining in there. Hello. Hello, Alan. Almost approaching 500 viewers now for this final table on a Monday afternoon. Thanks for hanging out. It's great to be here with you, bringing you the coverage of this final table live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. As we get closer to crowning a champion. That huge payday of €77,600. A raise from Mario again, this time with the ace-9 offsuit, 875k. Bart playing just under 10 big blinds also. Pocket sevens here. Decided to take a stand, and I don't blame him. And now over to Minnie, who's been by and large the most aggressive person at this final table so far anyways. With a real decision here with pocket nines. A raise under the gun from our chip leader who'd been raising willy-nilly. And an all in from under the gun +2 for just under 10 big blinds. Your nines are not looking that good. We are playing a stack of 22 million, so in or around 55 big blinds. And as I predicted, he is most likely going to let these nines go. Good, disciplined laydown with those pocket nines. He doesn't need to get involved, knowing what's at stake. And Mario is going to put in the additional 2.8 million to try knock out a player here. And it's Bart that's at risk. Bart having the best hand here. Mario needing an ace or a 9. 8.4 million in this pot. And the flop is 7-5 deuce. Bart flopping huge with a set here. The turn card is a 4. Straight draw now for Mario. The river. It is a deuce. And a huge double up. And a big moment for Bart. Now playing a stack of 8.4 million. Just over 20 big blinds. Players really feeling the pressure down there. Huge pay jumps now. They've come so far, they've played for days. Really don't want to miss out on that €10,000 World Series of Poker main event ticket. Bad beat to not get one at this point. You see our chip counts now, only one player under 8 big blinds, and our chip leader with 54. A bunch of our players at the final table in between 20 and 35. The price of poker is going up and the blinds aren't going to get any smaller. It's just going to put more and more pressure on our players, especially the short stacks. And it's Sam with ace jack of hearts in the small blind. You are going to see our players play very cagey at this stage. It's a raise to 1.1 million from the small blind of Sam. Paying about 10 million behind. Our chip leader, 650k to call, and he does do just that. We will see a flop of king, 4, deuce, 2 diamonds. Not much in it for either player. Sam really needs to fire out a continuation bet there and rep some of that. He does put a bet together of 1.3 million. Predict Mario will fold here. Not hitting any of that. All these pots are adding up. So much money to be taken down in the middle, each hand with the blinds and antes. It's over to Mini under the gun +2 with Queen Jack offsuit. And he passes. Now Sabatino from the hijack with ace-3 offsuit will also put his hand in the muck. We're round to the button once more. Sam with ace-4 offsuit. He is going to raise to 1.1 million from the button. Mario with king 10 offsuit in the small blind. Doesn't like folding, our Mario. He really put pressure on his opponent, and he is going to fire out a 3-bet here. 3-betting to 3.2 million from the small blind with king 10 offsuit. Sam knows his opponent could be very light in this spot, but so close to that 10,000 euro ticket, he is going to just probably let it go. He does show, great show, shows the ace of spades and folds. If you are just joining, they are on a huge bubble. I am your host and commentator for today, Dan Rankin, live from the King's Resort for the France Poker Festival main event final table. There is 8 players remaining. The top 6 will all receive a 10,000 euro World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Just 2 more eliminations away from that. It's going to slow down the action considerably. Lombardo is making a move in the hijack here with his last 3.2 million with ace-9 offsuit. Rad will most likely get out of the way with his ace-8 offsuit. Bart will fold his junk in the big blind. Lombardo will take down those much needed blinds and antes. Move his stack to 4.2 million. All players guaranteed a minimum of €7,425. They will all want that title, that ticket, and that first prize money of €77,600. First, second, and third will all take down at least €30,000 and that ticket. Incredible value in this for a €300 buy-in and $500,000 guaranteed. You play for 3 days. There's only 8 remaining from a starting field of 1,950. It would be such a crying shame to not get one of those coveted World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets. With Sam in the hijack with a full 3x raise to 1.2 million. Mario in the cutoff with ace-8 offsuit playing a stack of 20 million. Going to reach for a 3-bet, it looks like. He does 3-bet to 2.9 million. The action is going to be back around to Sam. Sam is calling the additional 1.7 million with ace-5 of clubs from the hijack here. We are going to see the flop of Queen, Jack, 9, 2 hearts. Check from Sam, who completely misses this board. Not ideal here for Mario either, but with 6.7 million already in the pot. Does he want to bet or check? And he decides to check it back. Turn card is a king of hearts. Wet, wet, wet. This board has just got even more draw heavy here. Any 10, give either one of them a straight. There's flush possibilities out here. 2 pair combinations. Bets. Another check from Sam. And another check from Mario. The river is the 8 of hearts, and that's going to put a 4th heart on the board. And it's such a bad board for both opponents here. But is Sam is going to bet this, it looks like. And if he is going to bet, I wouldn't want him to bet too small. In or around 2 million, 2.5 million. Okay, he's gone for 2.3 million. That's going to get the job done here. Sam finding a way to win that pot. Sensing his opponent didn't have much of it and would need a big-ish heart to call. Sam had the heart, the commitment and the balls to win that hand. And a big pot, a great addition to his stack as we get closer to this bubble being burst, and every player will be receiving one of these World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets. We are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order at the King's shop. Dress like a king. Folded around to the small blind to Mikel. Ace-7 offsuit. He's going to call the additional 200k. Mini now with the option with 5-3 offsuit in the big blind. He does check his option. We will see a flop of Jack or deuce. A quick check by both players. The turn is the 8 of spades. Ace high is still best. An open ender for many. Bet of 400k from Mikel. A call from Minnie. Oh, he's raised to 1.1 million. He will take that pot down. We just see people's voluntary putting money in the pot. Mario out in front with 34%. Chip leader, as you would expect. Mikel down at the bottom, 13%, but doesn't really tell you much based on such a small sample of hands. It's around to Mikel on the button. King 7 of spades. He's going to raise to 800k, playing a stack of about 12 million. Sabatino, an ace 6 offsuit in the big blind. Most likely just going to complete. He does put in the additional 400k to see a flop. Flop is queen, queen, 6, 1 spade. Sabatino checks it over to Mikel. Quickly checks back. And now Sabatino gets the best of it with his pair of 6s with ace kicker, but Mikel now has a flush draw. Decides to check back the turn, pot control, and the river is a king of hearts, giving Mikel the best hand. Surely just trying to decide how much value to go for. Get paid by exactly the kind of hand Sabatino has. Mikel arrives at 1.2 million. I like this sizing by Mikel. Sabatino does pay it off. I don't blame him. $4.6 million pot will go Mikel's way. Round to the button for many with Queen Jack off suit. Most likely going to open this. He does open to 900k. Round the big blind to Lombardo. Pocket eights. This could be Lombardo's moment to shove all in, and it is. Got a classic flip situation. And Lombardo's at risk. A big moment for Lombardo. Not his first time at risk today. 8.2 million in the middle. Big pot for both players. The flop is 5-3-3. Good flop for Lombardo. Mini needing help with a queen or a jack. Does not come on the turn. The turn is a 4 of hearts. He will need help. Lombardo will double up, and he does. River coming a 5 of clubs. Sealing the deal for Lombardo. Much needed double up for him. He now playing a stack of 8.2 million. You can see there is 1 million between the blinds and antes to be taken down every single hand. The price of poker is just going to go up from here. And people are playing so cagey right now. Once we have 2 more eliminations, the blinds will have caught up with our players, and I expect to see fireworks. Albeit we have some huge pay jumps. There's Bart under the gun +2, raising to 800k with his pocket sixes. Folded around. Sabatino in the cutoff. 5-3 offsuit not going to be a candidate for an open. And we're around to the button for Lombardo, ace-9 offsuit. After just doubling up. He's going to put those newfound chips to work, and he's going to raise the full 3x to 1.2 million. We'll take down that 1 million for grabs in the middle. Someone just bought a King's Diamond cap. Like a good purchase, sir. Hope you use the promo code to get 10% off. Stream 10. It's Bart under the gun with ace-jack offsuit. Raised to 800k. Playing stack of just over 8 million. Just a little bit over 20 big blinds. Mini. Pocket fours. Weighing up his options. He is opting for a 3-bet here to 1.9 million. That's going to get everyone to fold back around to Bart. It's 1.1 million for Bart to call. Maybe having him covered by about 10 million. Every decision huge for players at this table, knowing what's at stake. He is going to let his ace jack off suit go. Looks like very strong play by Mini. Really putting his chips to work, this fella. Now an update on the chip counts. Our low stack is Sabatino with 16 big blinds. Our big stack is now Mini playing 20 million with 50 big blinds. You see a bunch between 39 and 22. Mikel raising under the gun with King 10 of spades. 800k. Off a stack of about 15 million, so a little under 40 big blinds. And he will take that million up for grabs every time. Hold it around to Lombardo. Ace 5 off suit. Playing a stack of just under 10 million. Is going to raise to 1.2 million. But look at this. Arad on the button with 2 red aces. Playing a stack of 7.4 million. Little under 20 big blinds. Wants to come up with a sizing. I could get a call from Lombardo to see a flop perhaps. He doesn't want to size his 3-bet too big here, playing such a short stack himself. I'd like to see him do something in the range of about 2.8 million, but he's gone for a size of 3.6 million. That's just going to get a quick, fast fold from the ace 5 off suit. Over 500 viewers tuning in now to watch the conclusion of this France Poker Festival main event. Great to see. Thanks for all of you joining this evening. We play down to a winner. I am your host for the evening, Dan Rankin. It is Sam from Under the Gun +2 with pocket 8s here. Raising to 1.1 million with 14 million behind. Mario in the hijack with ace queen of diamonds. with a 3-bet size of 3.1 million. So Sam and Mario playing very similar stacks now. $2 million for Sam to call. We have seen him playing out of position in 3-bet pots. He does decide to call the additional 2 million with pocket eights, and the flop is Jack, 3, deuce, 2 spades. A check from Sam. Mario with a bet of 2.1 million. Pot getting huge now. Does call the 2.1 million. We will see a turn card. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. 11 million chips in this pot now. Sam checking over to his opponent once more. How is Mario reading this situation? 3 bet, 3 flop. He's bet the flop. He does decide to check the turn. We will see a river, which is the 6 of hearts. Sam will check this river. If you're Mario, probably know your ace queen not going to win a showdown here often. And he does decide to move all in, and this is super strong stuff. Sam, you all in and call. Very quick call. Just look at the size of that pot. 30 million chips. That all happened so fast. Sam just checking over to his opponent, letting him bluff all in on the river. And Sam, it seemed like he just snapped him off. Not only is this a good read and a great call, if he's wrong, he is not going to get one of these World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets. The stacks were almost identical, I think. And that would lead me to believe he has some sort of a live read or a tell on his opponent. Mario Repepe left running on fumes here with 2 big blinds. And Sam now playing a stack of 30 million, 75 big blinds. We've got a new big dog in the house. With a huge stack. What a great call. If he is wrong, he is running on fumes, or out the door, sorry. Will be our 8th place finisher. But as it stands, he is now commanding chip leader. We talked about how important shifts in momentum can be for opponents and giving them crazy amounts of confidence. He is going to be flying high after that call. Back to the action. Lombardo now under the gun, picking up ace king of clubs. Sam calling under the gun +1 with 10-9 of diamonds. Everyone else folds. We will see a flop. It's a good flop for Lombardo. An ace 10-7, 1 club. And he does a cheeky little check over to his opponent. I like this from Lombardo. Letting his opponent bet. Does he want to put an end to it here and now? Or is he just going to call? Perhaps get his opponent to continue bluffing. And a raise to 2.5 million. Most likely get Sam to fold his pair of 10s, and he does. Lombardo shows his beautiful hand. And a fist bump for the bros. Now Mario Repepe all in for his last 1.2 million. It's around Lombardo. Folds. Repepe will survive. Basically doubles up there to 6 big blinds. Stay tuned, guys. We have a short break. Be back 13 minutes or so to bring you the rest of the coverage and play down. Crown a champion. France Poker Festival main event. Stay tuned.
What's up, guys? Henry Kilbane here for a brand new Kings Resort news series. We're going to be bringing you weekly and bi-weekly news video updates to discuss all things Kings Resort. We're talking upcoming poker festivals, satellites running into main events, merchandise giveaways for hotel rooms, spa and wellness, and obviously the shop as well as the Shisha Lounge. So make sure, if you haven't already, click the subscribe button to the Kings Resort channel so you receive notifications whenever we put out new videos to keep yourselves updated on all things poker at Kings Resort. Now, coming up this week at Kings Resort is the return of the Dutch Classics, a fan favorite. People flock from all over the globe to come and battle it out here at Kings Resort. And there's no surprise, it's a 300,000 euro guaranteed prize pool for just a 250 euro buy-in. With satellites running from Wednesday, the 7th of July, you can literally satellite into this for 50 euros. And not only that, there are World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets up for grabs in this tournament as well. That's right, for 250 euros, not only could you win yourself a hefty 5-figure payday, that little bankroll boost, but also you could end up playing one of the biggest tournaments in the poker world, the WSOP Europe main event, which is going to be hosted at Kings Resort later on in the year. Now, day 1-8 going to be kicking off at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, the 6th of July, sorry. Again, 250 euro buy-in, 300k guarantee. And for those of you that are easing into the week, coming a little bit later, maybe want to play a couple of the turbos, we've got a, 115 euro bounty. We've also got another 170 euro bounty, as well as some satellites throughout the week. So plenty of opportunities for all bankrolls to come along and take part in the Dutch Classics. Now, just for context, last year we saw Frank Pankova take home over 70,000 euros for his win at the Dutch Classics, and we want to know if any of you guys are going to be coming down and giving him a run for his money. Let us know in the comments below if you're going to be joining us at Kings Resort this week, as we would love to see you. And hey, sometimes you've got to call your shot. Let us know if you think you're just going to be shipping the main, because you know what, everyone loves that kind of story, people calling their shot before it happens. And before you take your seat in the Dutch Classics main, why not head on by and check out the brand new WSOP Europe collection at the King Shop. You want to be heading into the poker arena with your fresh poker clothing. You want to be looking your fiercest, you know, the headphones, the hoodie, whatever it is that you want to rock at the poker table. Check it out. There's always ongoing promos, discounts. So do stop by the King Shop whilst you're at Kings Resort. Now, just to give you guys a bit of a flashback, we're going to be jumping into the final hand from the last Dutch Poker Classics. Check it out. Here's the winning moment for Frank from France, taking home over 70,000 euros. Let's jump into it. You can see just how much this hold for Frank Pavlonka means. Ahead with the Queen High flush draw, looking to fade an 8, 7, 6 or a 3 to take down the Dutch Classics main event. He's sweating this one. Understandable, of 76,000 euros for first. Queen of Spades on the turn, removing even more of Afghan's outs now. And all Frank needs to do to win the Dutch Classics main is dodge a 7 or a 3, which he does. King of Hearts on the river, our Dutch Classics champion, Frank Pavlonka. You can see just how much it means to that man. 76,400 euros and that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. We'll be seeing him later on in the year battling with some of the world's best in one of the most prestigious tournaments in the world at Kings Resort. See you guys later on this week for the next main event of the Dutch Classics. Handshakes at the end. There we saw Frank Pavlonka taking down the Dutch Classics for over 70,000 euros. And not only that, beating a field of over 2,000 entries. We're going to be seeing him later on in the year at the World Series of Poker Europe main event as he won himself a ticket. But we're also going to be seeing him this week looking to defend his title. Once again, let us know in the comments below if you're going to be coming down to give Frank from France a run for his money. 250 euro buy-in, 300k guaranteed, a real opportunity to boost your poker bankroll. And don't forget, chat, let us know how you feel about the structure, how you feel about the tournament, the satellites that are running. We're always looking to take on your feedback. And until next time, I'll catch you guys later. Henry Kilbane for the Kings Resort news series. Peace. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
What's up guys, Henry Kilbane here for a brand new Kings Resort news series. We're going to be bringing you weekly and bi-weekly news video updates to discuss all things Kings Resort. We're talking upcoming poker festivals, satellites running into main events, merchandise giveaways for hotel rooms, spa and wellness, and obviously the shop as well as the Shisha Lounge. So make sure, if you haven't already, click the subscribe button to the Kings Resort channel so you receive notifications whenever we put out new videos to keep yourselves updated on all things poker at Kings Resort. Now, coming up this week at Kings Resort is the return of the Dutch Classics, a fan favorite. People flock from all over the globe to come and battle it out here at Kings Resort. And there's no surprise, it's a €300,000 guaranteed prize pool for just a €2 buy-in. With satellites running from Wednesday, the 7th of July, you can literally satellite into this for €50. And not only that, there are World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets up for grabs in this tournament as well. That's right, for €250, not only could you win yourself a hefty 5-figure payday, that little bankroll boost, but also you could end up playing one of the biggest tournaments in the poker world, the WSOP Europe main event, which is going to be hosted at Kings Resort later on in the year. Now, day 1-8 going to be kicking off at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, the 6th of July. Sorry. Again, €250 buy-in, 300k guarantee. And for those of you that are easing into the week, coming a little bit later, maybe want to play a couple of the turbos, we've got a €115 bounty. We've also got another €170 bounty, as well as some satellites throughout the week. So plenty of opportunities for all bankrolls to come along and take part in the Dutch Classics. Now, just for context, last year we saw Frank Pankova take home over €70,000 for his win at the Dutch Classics. And we want to know if any of you guys are going to be coming down and giving him a run for his money. Let us know in the comments below if you're going to be joining us at Kings Resort this week, as we would love to see you. And hey, sometimes you've got to call your shot. Let us know if you think you're just going to be shipping the main, because you know what? Everyone loves that kind of story, people calling their shot before it happens. And before you take your seat in the Dutch Classics main, why not head on by and check out the brand new WSOP Europe collection at the King Shop. You want to be heading into the poker arena with your fresh poker clothing. You want to be looking your fiercest, you know, the headphones, the hoodie, whatever it is that you want to rock at the poker table. Check it out. There's always ongoing promos, discounts. So do stop by the King Shop whilst you're at King's Resort. Now, just to give you guys a bit of a flashback, we're going to be jumping into the final hand from the last Dutch Poker Classics. Check it out. Here's the winning moment for Frank from France, taking home over €70,000. Let's jump into it. You can see just how much this hold for Frank Pavlonka means. Ahead with the Queen High flush draw, looking to fade an 8, 7, 6 or a 3 to take down the Dutch Classics main event. He's sweating this one. Understandable, of €76,000 for first. Queen of Spades on the turn, removing even more of Afghan's outs now. And all Frank needs to do to win the Dutch Classics main is dodge a 7 or a 3, which he does. King of Hearts on the river, our Dutch Classics champion, Frank Pavlonka. You can see just how much it means to that man. €76,400 and that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. We'll be seeing him later on in the year battling with some of the world's best in one of the most prestigious tournaments in the world at King's Resort. See you guys later on this week for the next main event of the Dutch Classics. Handshakes at the end. There we saw Frank Pavlonka taking down the Dutch Classics for over 70,000 euros. And not only that, beating a field of over 2,000 entries. We're going to be seeing him later on in the year at the World Series of Poker Europe main event as he won himself a ticket. But we're also going to be seeing him this week looking to defend his title. Once again, let us know in the comments below if you're going to be coming down to give Frank from France a run for his money. 250 euro buy-in, 300k guaranteed, a real opportunity to boost your poker bankroll. And don't forget, chat, let us know how you feel about the structure, how you feel about the tournament, the satellites that are running. We're always looking to take on your feedback. And until I catch you guys later, Henry Kilbane for the Kings Resort news series. Peace.
Hello and welcome back to the conclusion of the France Poker Festival main event final table. I'm your host for this evening, Dan Rankin. There is currently 8 players remaining. Our chip leader, after that amazing call, out in front with 56 big blinds. A couple of stacks rocking between 40 and 20, and we have one short stack under 10 big blinds. And all the rest players have breathing room, but the blinds are up. And the big blind now is a 500,000. Small blind, 250,000. With a 500,000 big blind ante, and this level will sort out the men from the boys. Delighted to be back as we get closer to crowning a champion. Just waiting for the action to get underway once more. Here we go. A tremendous call by Sam, all things considered, and the pressure of that moment and knowing what's at stake makes it even all the more impressive in my opinion. Folded around to Lombardo in the small blind with pocket deuces. And he is going to raise to 1.4 million with his pocket deuces. And Sam is going to call in the big blind with ace-6 offsuit. Flop is 10, 7, 3. 2 hearts, 1 diamond. Flop goes check, check. The turn is a 4 of spades. And Lombardo reaching for chips. Bet 1.2 million with his pair of deuces. Sam with a straight draw and ace high. We'll call the 1.2 million. You will see a river brings the 8 of hearts. Check, check by both players. Lombardo will scoop that nice pot. Hold it around to Sabatino in the cutoff with 10-9 of diamonds. He's going to fold. A fold from Sam in the small blind, so Mario Repepe takes that small pot from the walk. Still alive with 6 big blinds. Mario Repepe fell to just 2.5 million after a huge bluff on the river with ace, queen of diamonds on a jack high board, and was snapped by his opponent with pocket eights. 2 overcards on the board, a jack and a 9. Hold around to Mario Repepe. 8, 4 of hearts. The small blind playing about 5 big blinds. Right, call for the additional 250,000. Rad has seen enough with an ace in the big blind, is just going all in. Get his opponent to fold. is tough to get your opponent to fold once checking the turn, then going all in on the river. He was trying to get a hand like pocket eights or pocket sevens to fold. A raise from Arad in the small blind to 1.1 million. 4-3 off suit. Bart, the pocket rocket. He is going to re-raise to 2.2 million. So, exactly a min raise with his pocket aces, but 4-3 off suit. Can't do much there. Over to Lombardo, paying a stack of 13 million with Jack 10 of spades. And this time he's going to let that one go. Mario Repepe, all in from the cutoff for his last 2.2 million. That's going to get Arad to fold pocket sixes. Quite a tight fold, but as you know, all aware by now, we have a €10,000 bubble on top of the original pay jumps. Oh, Mikel with ace-8 to knock out Mario Repepe. The flop is king, 10, 3, 2 hearts. The turn is a 3. Mario Repepe needs to hit and he doesn't. King of diamonds on the river, going to eliminate Mario Repepe in 8th place. What a disappointing finish for our Italian. Poker, such a game, crazy swings sometimes, and he will take home €7,425 for his efforts. We are down to 7, guys. You know what that means. We are on the exact bubble for this €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. The next player out will not get one of those tickets, and the rest of the remaining players will. It's that cutthroat. Also, the small matter of them playing for the title and €77,600. All players now guaranteed over €10,000 from a €300 buy-in. But back to the action, it's Lombardo raising under the gun +1 with pocket eights. And Mikel from the small blind with ace queen offsuit. If you're Mikel, do you want a 3-bet? Just call in the small blind. Or go all in. It should just be too much chips. Safe option. Probably just see a flop here from the small blind with your ace queen offsuit. But Lombardo has raised just over 3 times the big blind, which is a huge raise here. So it's got to look pretty strong for Mikel. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him muck this ace queen. And that's a strong, disciplined laydown with ace queen offsuit from Mikel. Now Mini facing the same decision, only he is in the big blind, not the small blind. Gets to complete the action. You can see a flop with king jack offsuit for another 1.1 million if he wishes to do so. He does call the additional 1.1 million. We will see a flop. Flop is 9, 8, deuce, rainbow. Lombardo flopping huge here. Already 4 million in the middle. Lead out from Mini here with a bet of 1.6 million. Trying to get his opponent to fold a hand as strong as ace high. And a smooth call by Lombardo, eyeing up his opponent. The turn card is a 3 of diamonds. Now, what does Mini make of his opponent's range with 7.2 million in the middle now? And he is checking over to his opponent, who decides to check back. river comes a deuce of diamonds. It looks like Mini is cutting out a bet. He's got those big chips, those biscuit chips, those 500k pink chips. That is a bet of 2.6 million. Now Lombardo with a bit of Hollywood before moving all in. Mini to insta-fold. And a big pot for Lombardo. This guy has been in it all the way. And he's slowly but surely becoming one of my favourites at the table to see what he's going to do next. Playing a stack of over 20 million now, Lombardo. Watched him short stack time and time again, even from last night's coverage. And early on today. With Sam under the gun with Queen Jack off suit, playing a stack 25 million. Is in or around 50 big blinds right now. With the big blind at $500,000. Quick maths. He has raised to 1.2 million. Round to Mikel in the cutoff with Jack 10 of diamonds. Gets out the way. He is going to call on the button with his pocket sixes. This invites Lombardo Just 700k more to call to see a flop 3 ways. The flop is 5, 4, 3, 2 clubs. Great flop for the pocket sixes if you're mini. Sam with a bet of 1.6 million for reaching back in his seat and folding his arms. Cool as a cucumber, this dude. Now if you're mini, paying a stack of 11 million and at 6 million already in the middle, do you just go for it here and put it all in? And he does. He's going to tank and posture like he's got bigger decision than he does. He's posturing for the simple reason not wanting to show his opponent that he is raising willy-nilly from early position and continuing with a hand as weak as something like Jack Queen. So he's just pausing for a moment to indicate to his opponent that he would have a stronger holding than he actually does. Mini in the cutoff with ace queen of diamonds. Gonna raise to 1.2 million. That's going to get Sam to call in the big blind. The flop is queen, 10, 3. The check with the king 4 offsuit from Sam over to Mini. Great flop for Mini. Bet of 1.3 million is going to get the job done. And I'm glad that you are really enjoying the stream and the coverage, guys. Great to be here with you. Exciting stuff this all day. Elimination after elimination. Our short stack now with 10 big blinds. I mean, you play for 3 days and to come 7th and not get one of those tickets, gonna hurt. Sometimes players don't need to tank if there hasn't been a dynamic going on. They could just insta-muck and be like, okay, you got me. But if that's going to continue, we don't want to show our opponent that we are continually playing air against them, because they can adjust their strategy and come after us more loosely, picking up on the read that we are opening a bit too wide and making the adjustment. Therefore, we see our opponent tanking for a little while longer, just to put the seed in our opponent's doubt that we have a better hand than we do. Mini with the ace-4 of hearts from the hijack, raising to 1.2 million. And we are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10. Get 10% off your order at the King's shop. You can dress like a king. Go to King's. Get involved. If you haven't been to this venue, you're really missing out. It's a must on the calendar for any serious poker player. Leonardo Sabatino moving all in for his last 5.3 million with ace-jack offsuit from the hijack. And Lombardo in the cutoff, King Jack offsuit, playing a stack of about 17 million, is considering this. Sabatino is just going to take down that 1.3 million. A bit too much with the King Jack offsuit there. Knowing what's at stake, don't want to just lose 5 million of your stack. Mini under the gun with Queen Jack offsuit. Paying a stack of 22 million. There is also another reason why some players with the larger stacks can tank, running down the clock on their opponents, as the blinds are going to get more crippling and crippling for the shorter stacks at the table. Bart with the Space Cowboys in the small blind, playing a stack of 6.2 million. He is just going to call. And Miguel with 9-6 offsuit has moved all in, knowing the pressure of this bubble. Bart has played this perfectly. He has trapped his opponent. And Miguel shoving all in for the 6.4 million with 9-6 offsuit. The Kings need to hold. Miguel has a piece of it with Queen 6-4, 2 hearts. We'll need a 9 or a 6. Turn is a 10 of hearts. It's a good card for the Pocket Kings. It's 15% now for Miguel. Otherwise Bart will double up. And it is a king on the river. Well played there by the Pocket Kings. Other people playing more scared would have probably raised in that situation, but letting your opponent do the work for you there. Leonardo Sabatino now the short stack with 13 big blinds. Just two of our opponents now with 40 big blinds or more. Three of our middle stacks, 21, 26 and 33 big blinds. And our last two, Irad with 15 and Leonardo Sabatino with 13 big blinds. Huge difference in the payouts here between 7th and 6th place. Not only is there €3,000 pay jump, there is also €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket up for grabs for the remaining 6 players, and 7th will not get one of these tickets. Now, Lombardo raising to 1.5 million from under the gun +1. And Mini in the big blind with a beautiful, pretty looking Queen Jack of hearts. He's going to come along and we are going to see a flop. Flop is Jack, 10, 6. 2 clubs. Great flop for Mini. Not much going on there for Lombardo. He is going to check back his option. And the turn is a juicy card. Ace of hearts. Giving Lombardo the top pair. Giving Mini a heart flush draw to go with his pair of jacks. And look at this. The 8 of hearts on the river. 7.2 million in the pot. Mini has hit his flush. Lombardo still with his pair of aces, but it's not looking so hot on this board anymore. Now Mini has been fond of leading out on turns and rivers. Will he continue to do so here? I believe he will, and if he is, I think he should bet in the region of 2.5 to 3 million. Maybe 3.5. $3.7 million is the size from Mini. Now, if you're Lombardo, you're not feeling so confident with just your pair of aces with a 4 kicker anymore. Not a sizing Lombardo can call easily. Would put him down to just over 10 million. Maybe a smaller sizing from Mini would have got a crying call from Lombardo. But I do like his sizing. Maybe in or around 3 million. He went for 3.7, trying to get called by stronger ace than he perceives his opponent to have. He's not thinking that Lombardo would have a hand as weak as ace-4 offsuit here, raising from under the gun +1, 7-handed. He is the kind of guy who doesn't often fold a pair, but there is a huge ticket up for grabs here. Just surviving one more elimination, and that is going to be playing in everybody's head at this table. It does look like his body language wants to call, and he does make that call. That's going to be a huge hit to Lombardo's stack. And a huge gain to Mini's stack. Pot 15 million going Mini's way. What a big shift in momentum now. Mini playing a huge stack. Lombardo After getting up to 20 million, he's back down to 10. Unlucky there that the heart peeled off on the river. And really feel the tension at this final table now. A raise from Bart with ace-5 offsuit from the cutoff. Round to Sabatino, our shortest stack at the table, in the big blind with Jack-10 offsuit. Just 500k more to call. He does flick it in to see a flop here. Flop is ace, Jack, 7. Pair for both players. Bart out ahead with his pair of aces. Both players check, and the turn will bring 5 of diamonds. Bart now with 2 pair. Bart deciding how much to bet after his opponent has checked to him twice. He goes for a bet of 1.2 million. Sabatino, short stacked. This is over 20% of his stack to call, but he will call one, and we will see the river. 5 million in the middle now. The river is a 9 of spades. And Sabatino has moved all in for 3.9 million. Bart sitting there with 2 pair, but wow, very hard to be ahead of our opponent now. It looks like that Sabatino has hit a flush or a straight on the river. Donk jamming into his opponent all in for 4 million. And it looks like it's such an easy call with 2 pair, but what are we beating really? Sabatino repping a flush or a straight here. Hoodie up, glasses on, shades and the hat. Bart trying to piece this hand together. If Bart calls and gets this wrong, in his head he would be down to 7-ish million. If he calls and he was right, he's up over 20. What a big moment at this final table for both players. This is serious balls by Sabatino to try this knowing what's at stake. I think he's going to get him to fold. His body language would indicate he's about to fold, and he does. Wow. What a play by Leonardo Sabatino. Repping a flush or a straight on that river. Donk jamming all in. Getting his opponent to fold 2 pair. Just incredible stuff. I do not believe our opponent folds 2 pair there. If there's not a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket at stake. I don't know what else to tell you other than that. It just looked so strong by Sabatino. And he found a way to win that hand. Fighting stuff. Now he picks up ace king offsuit in the small blind, playing a stack. 8.8 million it looks like. Yep, suddenly he's back over 10 million. We've seen him make some moves last night towards the conclusion of the day. $569 of you tuning in for the conclusion of the France Poker Festival main event. Great to see. Hope you're enjoying this content as much as I am. It looks like we've momentarily lost the graphics on this hand. I believe we will have that updated and fixed immediately. Maybe it's a trick. be an inside job. Just kidding. Yes, let's guess what hands they have. That ace 5 must have been an error. Maybe so, but if you are sitting in that chair, it's not so easy. If you can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen, because in them moments our brains go to funny places. What Sabatino done in that hand looked incredibly strong, given the dynamic and the situation and the magnitude of playing with 7 players left. As we momentarily cannot see cards, we will have the cards back as soon as possible. The average stack almost approaching 14 million now. Apocalypse UK in the Twitch chat calls it spot on. The huge 13k bubble, probably didn't think his opponent would bluff in that moment. And if you think your opponent is not bluffing in that moment, our 2 pair is not looking so good. It's probably a hell of a lot easier to call if there's not such a mind-blowingly big bubble involved. And we have the graphics back. Hold it around to Sam. Okay. Graphics is readjusting itself. Sam in the small blind with ace queen offsuit has raised to 1.6 million, and Arad slowly but surely becoming one of our shortest stacks is in the big blind with 8-6 of clubs. He's going to have to just let that one go. He also, in that hand, had 10, which would have given him, he had a blocker to the straight. Which is important, considering the 9 on the river brought in the straight. That would need a 10. Hold it around to Sam on the button. Ace 5 offsuit, playing a stack of 27 million. Is good for over 50 big blinds currently. We do block 5-5, Jack-Jack, Ace-Ace. He would re-raise pre-flop with these hands, but that can make our opponent more likely to have a flush or a straight. And we are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order at the King's shop. You can dress like a king. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, in the hijack, Lombardo, Ace, Jack of spades, not messing around, raising to 2 million in the hijack, with 7 million behind. This must look super strong to his opponents here. Here we have an update of the chip counts now. Art, our short stack with 10 big blinds. Art 13, Sabatino 17, Mikel 18, and the rest are playing 20 big blinds and above. Ard is shoving from the cutoff, looks like it's 6.5 million. Ace deuce off suit. Mini in the big blind. No one left out to act. Playing a stack of 27 million. 6 million to call. And if he was to call, he would be dominating his opponent, but given this bubble, don't know if 2 5s going to cut the mustard here. He will think about this one, and he can afford it. And he might want to get this over with so he can go on and win this thing. Them blinds are not going to be getting any smaller. Our opponent's stacks are going to be getting eaten alive by the blinds and antes. It did look like his body language was indicating he was going to call, and he does call. This is huge. Mini dominating his opponent. Pocket fives against ace deuce offsuit. Ace deuce is going to need a lot of help. The flop is jack 10 8 rainbow. Absolutely no help to the ace deuce offsuit. Turn is a 9. River is a king, and that is going to do it. That is going to change the dynamic at this final table, with all 6 players remaining guaranteed a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. They've done it. Massive relief for the 6 remaining players. It's very unfortunate for the ace deuce offsuit. Probably not expecting a hand like pocket fives to call there. Minnie has shown to be very much a field player. That is going to give him severe amount of confidence if he didn't have it already. He is playing a stack of about 35 million now. I'll have to get out my calculator. The players will be so excited now, guaranteed that ticket. Playing on for that title, €77,600. You will see players loosen up. It has to be said, they are still playing for a whopping amount of money and big pay jumps. Not like it was just a satellite for a ticket. That probably went into Minnie's decision to call with those pocket fives to extend that lead from his 27 million. He could afford to lose the 6. It would put him in pole position. He did win the hand, and he did. But Sam, strong contender here with 28 million. After that brilliant call earlier with pocket 8s. A raise from raise to 1.3 million from Sam under the gun. King 9 of hearts. Lombardo with 10-6 offsuit. 700k more for him to call if he wishes to see a flop. It is mediocre holding, to say the least. He does let it go. Hold it around to Bart. Or sorry, he's under the gun. He's moving all in with his pocket 6s. For 6.6 million. Now, Sam in the big blind with ace-8 of diamonds. Real decision here for Sam. This is very close. You could flip a coin on this one. All players now guaranteed €13,700. And the way he's putting out his chips, it looks like he's calling, and he is. We have an all-in the call. 6 players remaining. It's Bart with the pocket sixes. Sam with the ace-8 of diamonds. It's a fair fight. 14 million in the middle. And the flop. 4, 3, deuce. Great flop for the sixes. The turn card is a queen of hearts. Looking very good for Bart. The river. King of spades. That's a big double up for Bart. Smallish hit for Sam.
Stilles Wasser. Danke.
Mini in the hijack with ace deuce offsuit, playing a stack of 35 million. That's going to be good for just under 60 big blinds, which is a huge stack with 6 left in this tournament. He will raise to 1.2 million. Sabatino in the cutoff with the big slickens. Being very patient until he made that crazy move with the Jack 10, and it worked. And that's got him to where he is and secure that 10k seat. Good job by Sabatino. But still all to play for here. Looks like he is going to 3-bet. In or around 2.5 million. 2.5 million is the bet. A quick fold from Mini. Sabatino gets a little bit richer. folded around to the button. Sam just lets his queen six of diamonds go. He must have smelt something in the air because Bart has ace, queen of hearts in the small blind, playing a stack of 13 million. He just moves all in. That will get Mikel insta muck his jack five of hearts. We'll move on to the next hand. There are 6 players remaining. All guaranteed a 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. We are playing down to crown a champion of the France Poker Festival main event. The King's Resort, live in Rozvadov. Who do I think will win? That's a very good question, and I'm glad you asked me that. My opinion has changed a couple of times. There was a few. Sam made that amazing call. It was a really good call with pocket eights. Minnie has played really well. Really thinking outside of the box and finding ways to win hands that other people wouldn't. So if I had to pick, I think I would go with Minnie right now. The momentum is really with him after knocking out that opponent in 7th place, the pocket fives. But my fan favourite for the last day or two was probably Lombardo. He always finds a way of holding on, and he's been a character at the table, and I've enjoyed watching him play. And speaking of Lombardo, he's all in for 8.7 million under the gun, and it's Sam in the hijack beside him with ace-10 offsuit, playing a stack of 24 million, decides to let it go. This was a €300 buy-in with an amazing guarantee of $500,000. There are 6 players remaining with a starting field of 1,950. It's around to Minnie in the small blind, who is also going to let his hand go. You're asking me if his all-in is good with ace-king. There are 2 ways to play this with his stack size. We can min-raise and hope for some action behind. We run the risk of missing the flop and end up going multi-way with our ace-king. With 6 players left, we can go all in and easily take down the blinds and antes, which increase our stack considerably. It just depends which way you want to play your ace-king. And Mikel has played really well also, so we could really pick any of the 6 remaining players, but I will always be in favour of who the momentum has shifted with, because it's just so huge in poker. And Mikel is all in with ace-10 offsuit. from the cutoff. I do believe I've played with Mikel before. He's a very strong poker player. He is the most experienced player at the table, I would imagine, with over 2 million in total live earnings. Millie playing over 30 million, raises to 1.2 million in the cutoff with ace-5 offsuit. And Lombardo has had enough. Just going all in from the small blind like a little rascal here with King 3 of diamonds for about 16 big blinds. He has secured his 10k ticket, has had enough of being bullied, deciding to take a stand here, knowing that Mini is raising relatively light from the cutoff. He is seizing the opportunity to go for it here with the King 3 of diamonds. Plenty of cards up this man's sleeves. King 3 is not a good hand, no, if he is called, but he doesn't believe he will be called that often, and therefore he has decided to take this spot. That requires some cojones. I do not believe that Lombardo would have chose to jam his King 3 of diamonds if it wasn't against Mini. And he had been opening a lot when it was folded around to him. Leonardo Sabatino with ace-4 offsuit, the hijack. Gonna let that go, and Lombardo from the cutoff is all in for his 12 million. He will get that one through. This will be by far Lombardo's biggest cash. And he's picked up Ace King here again. Oh no, sorry, it's Sabatino. He's raising to 1.6 million. And it is Mini in the big blind with Ace King of Spades. This will go in the middle for both players. We have been spoiled with exciting hands, so we have to expect some chop pots from now and then. And all in the call. He's all in, Vance. This would be disgusting if either player was to hit a flush. Sabatino has 2 flush draws. King, Queen, 8, Ace, 9. And it's the chop pot. Lets the Jack 7 of hearts go in the hijack. Jack 10 offsuit for Bart in the cut-off, playing a stack of 13 million. He will raise to 1.2 million. Bart is quite an accomplished player in his own right, having a total live earnings of 137,000. The flop is King 4, 3, 2 spades. Sabatino checking over to his opponent, and Bart betting 1.1 million will take this one down. Update on the chip counts. Our short stack is Sabatino with 11 big blinds. Mini, our chip leader, with 50. And they're all kind of grouped in around that 15 to 30 big blind area in the middle. Hold it round to Mikel in the cutoff with 10-7 of spades. Going to let this one go. Mini on the button with king 4 offsuit. He is playing a stack of 6.9 million. Just going to call with his king 3 offsuit. And Lombardo says let's see a flop with his queen 7 offsuit, playing a stack of 12 million. The flop is ace 6 6. Sabatino with the best of it with his king high. Lombardo talking to Sabatino for folding. Face up his queen 7 offsuit. Hold it around to the cutoff. Mini with 9-6 offsuit. Lets it go. Leonardo Sabatino on the button with king 9 offsuit, playing a stack of 8.4 million. So it's Lombardo again, the small blind. Going to call the additional 300,000, and Sam will check his option with 7-3 of clubs. The flop, king, queen, deuce, 2 hearts. Lombardo checking his top pair over to his opponent. $600k to call. Lombardo flicks it in. Turn card is a 5 of hearts. The turn goes check, check, and the river, queen of diamonds, and now Lombardo fighting to bet 600k with his top pair. That is just going to get an immediate fold from Sam. 3.6 million chip pot for Lombardo. Sabatino in the hijack, playing a stack of 8.4 million. King Queen offsuit. About 14 big blinds here for the Italian. He's coming in for a raise. 1.4 million. And Sam calling on the button with his 10-9 of clubs. Massimo has decided that this is his opportune moment to run out for a cigarette. The flop is 8, 8, 7, 2 spades, an open ender for Sam, just king high for Sabatino. A bet of 1.7 million from Sabatino, leaving himself with 5.3 million behind. Sam, with his 2 overcards and an open ender, will just go all in. That's going to leave Sabatino with under 10 big blinds now. This could be a very expensive cigarette. Oh, he's nearly got back in time. He was about 3 seconds too late. The pressure is mounting, and sometimes you need that nicotine rush, even if it's in between hands. I believe there's a comment from someone in the Twitch chat asking, do you have a plan when cap tourneys will stop, or are they going to stay? I seen somewhere yesterday that they were lifting the ban on the cap, and there will be no cap for certain tournaments. I don't know exactly which ones. Okay, Apocalypse, it was confirmed that from next week there will be no cap. Back to the action here. Bart has raised to 1.2 million from the button with 9-7 of hearts. And the Space Cowboys for Mini in the big blind. Does he want to conceal the strength of his hand and just complete in the big blind and let his opponent hang himself? Does he want to try to get more money in the middle right now? Both options are fine. I prefer the sneaky option of just calling in the big blind, but however, they are playing for a huge amount of money. And Bart reaching out those 2 million chips from his stack and calling with the 9-7 of hearts. There's already 7 million in the middle here. Kings against 9-7 of hearts. Flop is Jack 9-4. Piece of it for Bart. Mini checking over to his opponent. I believe this is setting up a check raise all in. Bart cautiously checked behind. And the turn is a 6 of hearts. Bart controlling the size of this pot by checking back on the flop. Would like to see Mini bet somewhere in the range of 2.5 to 3 million. $2.1 is good with me. This is going to get a call from the 9-7 of hearts. We are going to see a river with 12 million in the pot already. The river is a deuce of hearts. Now, if you're Mini, we just go for it all here. Our opponent with less than pot behind. 12 million in the middle, 9.8 million for Bart. What are we repping here once we have checked the flop after 3-betting pre-flop with our pocket kings? Is there any way you could go for a smaller sizing than all in? I don't believe so. But maybe might want to bet something like 4.2 million. $4.7, okay. I prefer this to jamming. Both options were fine. I think this is a good sizing he's chosen. Maybe a little bit smaller to get a hand like a 9 to call. We're just splitting hairs. What does Bart think of Mini's range here? He's played it strong pre-flop with a 3-bet. He's checked the flop over to his opponent. He's bet turn, bet river. Bart has called the 4.7 million. Yikes. I keep talking about shifts in momentum. Well, that is a huge shift in momentum for the player that I said already the momentum was with. Taking down a huge pot of 20 million plus. The 8 big blinds now for Mini, and our small stack is now Bart playing 8 big blinds. Hold it around to Mini in the small blind, who can wreak havoc now with a stack of over 40 million. Probably just going to move all in with his 9-7 offsuit. Sabatino just with 4.1 million. He can be very aggressive in this spot. Big stack can always put so much pressure on the short stacks. And I believe we will see Mini bully the table now, as he should. Bart in the hijack with pocket deuces. He's got to make a move all in for his last 5.1 million. Mini is probably going to ask for a count here with King Jack of Hearts paying a stack of 42 million. And he can certainly afford it. Does he want to just keep this dynamic going with 6 left and all the chips in his favour? He's trying to piece it all together. Oh, he has moved all in. Funny game, because if the King Jack of Hearts had folded, I believe Ace 9 suited would have certainly called. Another big hand for Mini. Bart is at risk. King Jack of Hearts, a slight favourite here. I fancy the King Jack of Hearts. And his King Jack 3. Needing a deuce now, Bart, or he will be our 6th place finisher. The turn does not bring it, it is a king, and that is all she wrote for Bart. The momentum just too strong in Mini's favour right now. Bart is our 6th place finisher and will take home €13,700, and of course that ticket for the World Series of Poker main event Europe. Now all 5 players remaining are guaranteed at least €18,200. Mini in cruise control now. Mini in the Mikel all in with pocket 5s for his last 7.4 million. This is going to get called by the big blind with ace king for Sam. Big slickens. This is a huge moment for both these players. Mikel at risk. 16 million in the middle. The flop is 9, 7, 3, 2 diamonds. Sam needing an ace or a king. The 5's holding currently. The turn card is the Queen of Hearts. Just an ace or a king now. And it's not, it's a Jack of Hearts. Nice pot there from Mikel. 16 million. Yes, if you're just joining in, this is the final table. It was a €300 buy-in, and all players have locked up a minimum of €18,200. Sabatino with 6 big blinds, Mini with 81, Sam with 28, Mikel now with 26, and Lombardo in between cigarettes. He still managing to have 21 big blinds. So 3 of our players in between 20 and 30 big blinds. Our short stack with 6, and our overwhelming chip leader with almost 50 million, Mini with 81 big blinds. Yes, Mikel, by far our most accomplished player at the table, I do believe. A dangerous, dangerous man to double up, and he has just done that. Sabatino all in with his pocket 6s. Round to the ace-7 suited of Sam, who is going to look for a count. Called from the small blind for 3.5 million. And look at this, Mikel, who we just mentioned in the Twitch chat, with the pocket rockets. Now, Mikel, does he just want to call the additional 3.2 million? Or just call and see a flop? Try let Sam hit a piece of it. And as is the graphic saying that Sam has called 11 million more with A7 of spades? I believe we have a three-way all in here, guys. The ace is way out in front. The A7 spade is going to need serious help. Sabatino looking for a 6. The flop is Jack, Jack 9. The turn is the 8 of spades. Spades working for Sam now. The ace is still holding. Sabatino needing a 6. It does not come. It's the 5 of hearts. Sabatino has been eliminated in 5th place. And Mikel has come from behind. The most experienced player at the table has just doubled up twice. And some. Just an astonishing pot, and what a time to wake up with 2 red aces in the big blind. Yes, that would definitely be categorized as a momentum shift. Sam with 2 big blinds. Now, Lombardo still over 20 big blinds. And look at this, Mikel on Minnie's tail here. Minnie with 81, Mikel with 57 big blinds. We are 4-handed now, guys. Lots and lots of action coming from the King's Resort live in Rozvadov. We crown a champion tonight. France Poker Festival main event. All players now guaranteed a minimum of €23,250. It's still not ideal for Mikel, having Minnie on his left and having position on him and having him covered. Sam all in for his last 2 big blinds with ace king off suit. Massimo coming back from a cigarette, just wondering what has happened. The guy's a gangster, just let him have a cigarette at the table. Come on. Not hurting anybody, only his own lungs. That's 6 deuce for Minnie. Ace king off for Sam. Mikel with queen 6, by far the best of it on queen 4-3. The turn is a 4 clubs. The river comes. They are going to check it down. River comes a jack of clubs. That's going to be good night for Sam. Mikel going for a small bit of value with his top pair, naturally enough. And he gets out of the way. Mikel will take down this small pot, eliminate another opponent, and we are going to be three-handed. Oh, just like that, bing bang boom, we are three-handed, guys. All players now guaranteed €31,400. It looks like we are off to a break. Minnie with 77 big blinds, Mikel with 64, and Massimo still rocking just over 20 big blinds. Stay tuned, we're going on a small break. You do not want to miss the conclusion of this as we crown a France Poker Festival main event champion at the King's Resort in Rozvadov.
What's up, guys? Henry Kilbane here for a brand new King's Resort news series. We're going to be bringing you weekly and bi-weekly news video updates to discuss all things King's Resort. We're talking upcoming poker festivals, satellites running into main events, merchandise giveaways for hotel rooms, spa and wellness, and obviously the shop as well as the Shisha Lounge. So make sure, if you haven't already, click the subscribe button to the King's Resort channel so you receive notifications whenever we put out new videos to keep yourselves updated on all things poker at King's Resort. Now, coming up this week at King's Resort is the return of the Dutch Classics, a fan favorite. People flock from all over the globe to come and battle it out here at King's Resort. And there's no surprise, it's a €300,000 guaranteed prize pool for just a €250 buy-in. With satellites running from Wednesday, the 7th of July, you can literally satellite into this for €50. And not only that, there are World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets up for grabs in this tournament as well. That's right, for €250, not only could you win yourself a hefty 5-figure payday, that little bankroll boost, but also you could end up playing one of the biggest tournaments in the poker world, the WSOP Europe main event, which is going to be hosted at King's Resort later on in the year. Now, day 1A going to be kicking off at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, the 6th of July. Sorry. Again, €250 buy-in, 300k guarantee. And for those of you that are easing into the week, coming a little bit later, maybe want to play a couple of the turbos, we've got a €115 bounty. We've also got another €170 bounty, as well as some satellites throughout the week. So plenty of opportunities for all bankrolls to come along and take part in the Dutch Classics. Now, just for context, last year we saw Frank Pankova take home over €70,000 for his win at the Dutch Classics, and we want to know if any of you guys are going to be coming down and giving him a run for his money. Let us know in the comments below if you're going to be joining us at King's Resort this week, as we would love to see you. And hey, sometimes you've got to call your shot. Let us know if you think you're just going to be shipping the main, because you know what? Everyone loves that kind of story, people calling their shot before it happens. And before you take your seat in the Dutch Classics main, why not head on by and check out the brand new WSOP Europe collection at the King Shop. You want to be heading into the poker arena with your fresh poker clothing. You want to be looking your fiercest, you know, the headphones, the hoodie, whatever it is that you want to rock at the poker table. Check it out. There's always ongoing promos, discounts. So do stop by the King Shop whilst you're at King's Resort. Now, just to give you guys a bit of a flashback, we're going to be jumping into the final hand from the last Dutch Poker Classics. Check it out. Here's the winning moment for Frank from France, taking home over €70,000. Let's jump into it. You can see just how much this hold for Frank Pavlonka means. Ahead with the Queen High flush draw, looking to fade an 8, 7, 6 or a 3 to take down the Dutch Classics main event. He's sweating this one. Understandable, of 76,000 euros for first. Queen of Spades on the turn, removing even more of Afghan's outs now. And all Frank needs to do to win the Dutch Classics main is dodge a 7 or a 3, which he does. King of Hearts on the river, our Dutch Classics champion, Frank Pavlonk. You can see just how much it means to that man. 76,400 euros and that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. We'll be seeing him later on in the year battling with some of the world's best in one of the most prestigious tournaments in the world at King's Resort. See you guys later on this week for the next main event of the Dutch Classics. Handshakes at the end. There we saw Frank Pavlonk taking down the Dutch Classics for over 70,000 euros. And not only that, beating a field of over 2,000 entries. We're going to be seeing him later on in the year at the World Series of Poker Europe main event as he won himself a ticket. But we're also going to be seeing him this week looking to defend his title. Once again, let us know in the comments below if you're going to be coming down to give Frank from France a run for his money. 250 euro buy-in, 300k guaranteed, a real opportunity to boost your poker bankroll. And don't forget, chat, let us know how you feel about the structure, how you feel about the tournament, the satellites that are running. We're always looking to take on your feedback. And until next time, catch you guys later. Henry Kilbane for the King's Resort new series. Peace.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
What's up guys, Henry Kilbane here for a brand new Kings Resort news series. We're going to be bringing you weekly and bi-weekly news video updates to discuss all things Kings Resort. We're talking upcoming poker festivals, satellites running into main events, merchandise giveaways for hotel rooms, spa and wellness, and obviously the shop as well as the Shisha Lounge. So make sure, if you haven't already, click the subscribe button to the Kings Resort channel so you receive notifications whenever we put out new videos to keep yourselves updated on all things poker at Kings Resort. Now, coming up this week at Kings Resort is the return of the Dutch Classics, a fan favorite. People flock from all over the globe to come and battle it out here at Kings Resort. And there's no surprise, it's a €300,000 guaranteed prize pool for just a €250 buy-in. With satellites running from Wednesday, the 7th of July, you can literally satellite into this for €50. And not only that, there are World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets up for grabs in this tournament as well. That's right, for €250, not only could you win yourself a hefty 5-figure payday, that little bankroll boost, but also you could end up playing one of the biggest tournaments in the poker world, the WSOP Europe main event, which is going to be hosted at Kings Resort later on in the year. Now, day 1A going to be kicking off at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, the 6th of July. Sorry. Again, €250 buy-in, 300k guarantee. And for those of you that are easing into the week, coming a little bit later, maybe want to play a couple of the turbos, we've got a €115 bounty. We've also got another €170 bounty, as well as some satellites throughout the week. So plenty of opportunities for all bankrolls to come along and take part in the Dutch Classics. Now, just for context, last year we saw Frank Pankova take home over €70,000 for his win at the Dutch Classics, and we want to know if any of you guys are going to be coming down and giving him a run for his money. Let us know in the comments below if you're going to be joining us at Kings Resort this week, as we would love to see you. And hey, sometimes you got to call your shot. Let us know if you think you're just going to be shipping the main, because you know what? Everyone loves that kind of story, people calling their shot before it happens. And before you take your seat in the Dutch Classics main, why not head on by and check out the brand new WSOP Europe collection at the King Shop. You want to be heading into the poker arena with your fresh poker clothing. You want to be looking your fiercest, you know, the headphones, the hoodie, whatever it is that you want to rock at the poker table. Check it out. There's always ongoing promos, discounts. So do stop by the King Shop whilst you're at Kings Resort. Now, just to give you guys a bit of a flashback, we're going to be jumping into the final hand from the last Dutch Poker Classics. Check it out. Here's the winning moment for Frank from France, taking home over €70,000. Let's jump into it. You can see just how much this hold for Frank Pavlonka means. Ahead with the Queen High flush draw, looking to fade an 8, 7, 6 or a 3 to take down the Dutch Classics main event. He's sweating this one. Understandable, of €76,000 for first. Queen of Spades on the turn, removing even more of Afghan's outs now. And all Frank needs to do to win the Dutch Classics main is dodge a 7 or a 3, which he does. King of Hearts on the river, our Dutch Classics champion, Frank Pavlonka. You can see just how much it means to that man. €76,400 and that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. We'll be seeing him later on in the year battling with some of the world's best in one of the most prestigious tournaments in the world at Kings Resort. See you guys later on this week for the next main event of the Dutch Classics. Handshakes at the end. There we saw Frank Pavlonka taking down the Dutch Classics for over €70,000. And not only that, beating a field of over 2,000 entries. We're going to be seeing him later on in the year at the World Series of Poker Europe main event as he won himself a ticket. But we're also going to be seeing him this week looking to defend his title. Once again, let us know in the comments below if you're going to be coming down to give Frank from France a run for his money. €250 buy-in, 300k guaranteed, a real opportunity to boost your poker bankroll. And don't forget, chat, let us know how you feel about the structure, how you feel about the
Hello and welcome back to the conclusion of this France Poker Festival final table of the main event. Mini out in front here with 77 big blinds. Michele with 63 and Massimo Lombardo, who has been quite the character, is in third place with 21 big blinds. The small blind is 300,000. The big blind is 600,000 with a 600k big blind ante. We will crown a champion here tonight, the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I am your host, Dan Rankin. Delighted to be here with you for the conclusion of this tournament. Action has been fast-paced and great for most of the day. And actually, a correction, the blinds are now up to 400,000, 800,000 with an 800,000 big blind ante, which will give Lombardo a stack of about 15 big blinds. And Mini and Michele very close, only 10 big blinds between them, with 57 big blinds for Mini and 47 big blinds for Michele. We're just waiting for the action to get restarted. Hang in there. We play down to a winner. There's so much more action to come. It's non-stop action in the King's Resort. If you've liked this coverage and this stream, get yourself to King's Resort. The Dutch Classics is starting the 6th of July to the 10th of July. You have the Shark Bay from the 13th of July to the 18th of July. You have the German Poker Days on the 20th of July to the 24th of July. And you've got the Spanish Poker Championship from the 25th of July to the 1st of August. Non-stop action. The King's Resort in Rozvadov. And it's great to see. If you haven't got to that venue, it's a must on your poker calendar. For all serious poker players, there's just so much to choose from. So well looked after. And also the important new news from Kings. The main events from next week have no cap anymore. Michele really rallying there in the last level or two. Was very short for much of this final table. And we're waiting for Lombardo to get back. Presumably having another cigarette break for himself. And here he is now. The man of the hour. Best of luck to all three players left. The momentum certainly shifted with the other two players, but I would love to see Lombardo rally back and win this, take this title down. You couldn't begrudge him a title of this magnitude at this stage. He's hung in there all day. And the action is underway, three-handed here. Go, Massimo, go, says the Twitch chat. and 156 of this day 3. Pocket fours for Mini here on the button. I expect to see fireworks between Mini and Mikel. Don't be forgetting about Lombardo. One double up from 21 big blinds to 42 big blinds, and he is basically our chip leader, hanging right there or thereabouts. Pocket fours for Mini. Jack 3 of clubs for Mikel. Taking it over to the pocket fours on King 7-5. 2 clubs. And a bet of 1.3 million from Mini. And a call from Mikel. Turn is the Queen of Spades. A check from Mikel. Mini now with the option. I would imagine he will check back with his pair of fours here, try to get the showdown. Does check behind, and the river is a Jack of Spades. Check from Mikel. Mini checks behind. Lombardo on the button with King 3 off suit here. With a hefty raise. The 3 million it looks like. 6 of those pink disco biscuits in the middle. And Miguel in the small blind with King Jack off suit. Reaching for those new yellow chips. They are 1 million chips each. Look at this, Mini gets out the way with pocket sevens with a raise and a re-raise in front of him. Lombardo folds, as you would expect, with just a 3 kicker. Jack 5 offsuit for Mini in the small blind. He will just fold. Massimo Lombardo takes down the blinds and antes. Fold from Mini on the button with Jack 7 offsuit. Massimo Lombardo all in for 10 million with 9-7 offsuit. A fold from Mikel with Jack 8 offsuit. Massimo Lombardo with Ace 7 offsuit. He just decides to move all in. Round to Mini, and Mini has got the pocket queens, the ladies. This could spell disaster for Lombardo. Big call by Mini, obviously. Massimo Lombardo will need an ace. Or some hearts or diamonds or something. He is going to be out in third place. The flop is 8-8-4. Absolutely no help. Massimo Lombardo. And the turn seals the deal with the Queen of Spades. And Massimo Lombardo has been eliminated in third place. That will extend Mini's chip lead, I do believe, going into a heads-up battle. Very, very close. 66 big blinds will play 54. Not even 10 million between these players now. Massimo Lombardo will take home €31,400 for his efforts, as well as that €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. We'll have a heads-up battle between Mini and Mikel. Second place will take home €44,700, and our first prize was going to take down home tonight the title and €77,600. And we have it. Look like we're having a small 10-minute break while these realign themselves and get ready for this heads-up battle. So don't go anywhere.
What's up, guys?
We'll be back
Henry
in less than
Kilbane
10
here
minutes
a brand
for the
new
conclusion and
Kings
crowning the
Resort
champion
news
of the France
series.
Poker
We're going to be bringing
Festival
you
main
weekly
event.
and bi-weekly news video updates to discuss all things Kings Resort. We're talking upcoming poker festivals, satellites running into main events, merchandise giveaways for hotel rooms, spa and wellness, and obviously the shop as well as the Shisha Lounge. So make sure, if you haven't already, click the subscribe button to the Kings Resort channel so you receive notifications whenever we put out new videos to keep yourselves updated on all things poker at Kings Resort. Now, coming up this week at Kings Resort is the return of the Dutch Classics, a fan favorite. People flock from all over the globe to come and battle it out here at Kings Resort. And there's no surprise, it's a €300,000 guaranteed prize pool for just a €250 buy-in. With satellites running from Wednesday, the 7th of July, you can literally satellite into this for €50. And not only that, there are World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets up for grabs in this tournament as well. That's right, for €250, not only could you win yourself a hefty 5-figure payday, that little bankroll boost, but also you could end up playing one of the biggest tournaments in the poker world, the WSOP Europe main event, which is going to be hosted at Kings Resort later on in the year. Now, day 1A going to be kicking off at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, the 6th of July. Sorry. Again, €250 buy-in, 300k guarantee. And for those of you that are easing into the week, coming a little bit later, maybe want to play a couple of the turbos, we've got a €115 bounty. We've also got another €170 bounty, as well as some satellites throughout the week. So plenty of opportunities for all bankrolls to come along and take part in the Dutch Classics. Now, just for context, last year we saw Frank Pankova take home over €70,000 for his win at the Dutch Classics, and we want to know if any of you guys are going to be coming down and giving him a run for his money. Let us know in the comments below if you're going to be joining us at Kings Resort this week, as we would love to see you. And hey, sometimes you've got to call your shot. Let us know if you think you're just going to be shipping the main, because you know what? Everyone loves that kind of story, people calling their shot before it happens. And before you take your seat in the Dutch Classics main, why not head on by and check out the brand new WSOP Europe collection at the King Shop. You want to be heading into the poker arena with your fresh poker clothing. You want to be looking your fiercest, the headphones, the hoodie, whatever it is that you want to rock at the poker table. Check it out. There's always ongoing promos, discounts. So do stop by the King Shop whilst you're at Kings Resort. Now, just to give you guys a bit of a flashback, we're going to be jumping into the final hand from the last Dutch Poker Classics. Check it out. Here's the winning moment for Frank from France, taking home over €70,000. Let's jump into it. You can see just how much this hold for Frank Pavlonka means. Ahead with the Queen High flush draw, looking to fade an 8, 7, 6 or a 3 to take down the Dutch Classics main event. He's sweating this one. Understandable, of €76,000 for first. Queen of Spades on the turn, removing even more of Afghan's outs now. And all Frank needs to do to win the Dutch Classics main is dodge a 7 or a 3, which he does. King of Hearts on the river, our Dutch Classics champion, Frank Pavlonka. You can see just how much it means to that man. €76,400 and that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. We'll be seeing him later on in the year battling with some of the world's best in one of the most prestigious tournaments in the world at Kings Resort. See you guys later on this week for the next main event of the Dutch Classics. Handshakes at the end. There we saw Frank Pavlonka taking down the Dutch Classics for over €70,000. And not only that, beating a field of over 2,000 entries. We're going to be seeing him later on in the year at the World Series of Poker Europe main event as he won himself a ticket. But we're also going to be seeing him this week looking to defend his title. Once again, let us know in the comments below if you're going to be coming down to give Frank from France a run for his money. €250 buy-in, 300k guaranteed, a real opportunity to boost your poker bankroll. And don't forget, chat, let us know how you feel about the structure, how you feel about the tournament, the satellites that are running. We're always looking to take on your feedback. And until next time, I'll catch you guys later. Henry Kilbane for the Kings Resort news series. Peace.
Surprise, surprise, motherfucker! The king is back!
Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
What's up guys, Henry Kilbane here for a brand new Kings Resort news series. We're going to be bringing you weekly and bi-weekly news video updates to discuss all things Kings Resort. We're talking upcoming poker festivals, satellites running into main events, merchandise giveaways for hotel rooms, spa and wellness, and obviously the shop as well as the Shisha Lounge. So make sure, if you haven't already, click the subscribe button to the Kings Resort channel so you receive notifications whenever we put out new videos to keep yourselves updated on all things poker at Kings Resort. Now, coming up this week at Kings Resort is the return of the Dutch Classics, a fan favorite. People flock from all over the globe to come and battle it out here at Kings Resort. And there's no surprise, it's a €300,000 guaranteed prize pool for just a €250 buy-in. With satellites running from Wednesday, the 7th of July, you can literally satellite into this for €50. And not only that, there are World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets up for grabs in this tournament as well. That's right, for €250, not only could you win yourself a hefty 5-figure payday, that little bankroll boost, but also you could end up playing one of the biggest tournaments in the poker world, the WSOP Europe main event, which is going to be hosted at Kings Resort later on in the year. Now, day 1A going to be kicking off at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, the 6th of July. Sorry. Again, €250 buy-in, 300k guarantee. And for those of you that are easing into the week, coming a little bit later, maybe want to play a couple of the turbos, we've got a €115 bounty. We've also got another €170 bounty, as well as some satellites throughout the week. So plenty of opportunities for all bankrolls to come along and take part in the Dutch Classics. Now, just for context, last year we saw Frank Pankova take home over €70,000 for his win at the Dutch Classics, and we want to know if any of you guys are going to be coming down and giving him a run for his money. Let us know in the comments below if you're going to be joining us at Kings Resort this week, as we would love to see you. And hey, sometimes you got to call your shot. Let us know if you think you're just going to be shipping the main, because you know what? Everyone loves that kind of story, people calling their shot before it happens. And before you take your seat in the Dutch Classics main, why not head on by and check out the brand new WSOP Europe collection at the King Shop. You want to be heading into the poker arena with your fresh poker clothing. You want to be looking your fiercest, you know, the headphones, the hoodie, whatever it is that you want to rock at the poker table. Check it out. There's always ongoing promos, discounts. So do stop by the King Shop whilst you're at King's Resort. Now, just to give you guys a bit of a flashback, we're going to be jumping into the final hand from the last Dutch Poker Classics. Check it out. Here's the winning moment for Frank from France, taking home over €70,000. Let's jump into it. You can see just how much this hold for Frank Pavlonka means. Ahead with the Queen High flush draw, looking to fade an 8.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the finale, the France Poker Festival main event. We are just about to get started with the heads-up battle of these two warriors. Mini playing 66 big blinds and Mikel playing 54. Delighted to be here bringing you the conclusion, crowning a champion of this tournament. So much action today. Great, exciting stuff. Some really interesting hands. A lot of you tuning in on this Monday night to see who finishes this tournament as the champion. Nine, 7 off suit for Mini on the button. Gonna raise to 1.6 million. And a call from the Queen 4 of clubs in the big blind. The flop, Ace, Queen, 3. Check from Mikel. And a bet from Mini for 1.8 million. Turn comes the 7. Mikel checking his better pair over to his opponent, who has caught a piece of this. Checks behind. River, an innocuous 3 of clubs. Mikel betting 1.5 million. That's going to get a call from Mini. There's the trophy they're both playing for. Of course, nice sum of cash for both players also. Very even stacks here. A raise to 2 million. The ace-9 off from Mikel. Mini is going to fold his queen-5 offsuit. Hello, Tall Mountain. Great to see you back again. A lot of you Kings regs, it seems. Yes, they are very evenly matched and evenly stacked. Could be in for quite the battle, or it could be way quicker than you think. These heads-up situations have a way of unraveling themselves. We will see a flop. Jack 3 for Mikel. 10, 9 of diamonds for Mini. The flop is Jack 9, 3. This is a monster flop for both opponents. $2.5 million bet from Mini. From Mikel, and it's over to Mini. It's a sick flop. Rigged, some might say. I expect him to raise here. Almost a min raise. It's just 5.1 million. Very small raise, and the deuce of diamonds has returned. Mini drawing out on Mikel's 2 pair. And a check from Mini. Wow. A check back from Mikel. Mini has under-repped his hand. Mikel would expect him to bet a lot of his flushes on the turn. Try set up a river jam or to get more money in the pot, but he's played it tricky like he has many hands today. Mini is betting what looks like the guts of 10 million. 7 and gets quickly called by Mikel. That's a big pot for Mini right off the bat. I still can't help but feel that he could have got it all there. Perhaps playing it tricky on that turn cost him some extra chips, maybe even all of it. It's Mini on the button with King 8 off suit. Raise to 2 million. King 8 off suit. Miguel on a call with Queen 10 off suit. Flop is King 5, 3, 2 spades. Check from Miguel. Bet of 2 million from Mini. We will see a turn card. Turn is the 10 of hearts. Giving Miguel a pair now is inferior to his opponent's top pair. And a bet of 4.5 million from Mini. Miguel going to call the 4.5 million on the turn. We will see a river. The river is a brick. The 6 of clubs. Mini might get paid here because spades miss. Straight draws miss. Backdoor hearts miss. Ace 4 misses. Ace deuce misses. There's so many hands. If I'm Mini, I'm going with a large sizing here. But he's decided to check back. He will take down that 18 million pot. A raise from Miguel. The patent 2 million with ace 10 of spades. And ace 9 off suit in the big blind for Mini. He's just decided to shove. Shoving all in for 69 million. 27 million effective. And ace 10 of spades. Not a hand you would be likely to fold heads up. I won't be expecting a fold, that's for sure. He will call it all off here. It could be all over if a 9 peels off. Mikel in great shape here to double up to 56 million. We will see a flop. Flop is Queen 7-4. Great flop for Mikel. Turn card is an 8. The river is a jack and Mikel will double up. To 56 million. That is a huge hit to mini stack. Now, Mikel with 69 big blinds playing minis, 51 big blinds. Mikel with that shift of momentum I always talk about. Mario De Pepe finished in 6th place, I do believe, something 7th. 7th place, he missed out on that €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Quite the heads up battle so far, plenty of action. Just as I say that, mini with ace queen of diamonds on the button. Mikel calling with the 9-5 off suit. And the flop, queen 9-9, oh my god. What a setup here, heads up. So hard to even flop a pair or even have an ace in your hand heads up. Mini with top pair, top kicker, and Mikel with trip 9s. There's a lot of money going to go in here, guys. And after that huge hand with ace 9 with mini, I don't think he's in the mood to fold top pair, top kicker anytime soon. Mini's moved all in and Mikel calls. There's 83 million in the middle and Mikel can become the champion here as long as a queen or running ace queen doesn't peel off. Running aces or a queen. The turn card is a 10. He's one card away from becoming the champion. Just needs to hold, and it's an absolute brick with the 3 of diamonds, and we have a champion. Mikel. Done it. He is our France Poker Festival main event winner. Played so well today, Mikel. Came back from such a short stack a few times. I'm so glad to see so many of you tuning in all day. For the last 9 hours, I've been your host, Dan Rankin. We have finally crowned our champion. Take down €77,600, 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. And of course, the title. I hope you enjoyed the commentary, guys. It's been great hosting for you once again. I will be back. For now, I will bid you adieu. Good night from Kings in Rozvadov. Enjoy the rest of your night. I'm out.